Okay. Hi. Hello. Um, that's a bad start to the video. Try it again. Hi. Hello. I'm going to be playing through Dark Souls in one sitting, and I have like some discussion points over here on my second monitor, and I'm just going to talk about some stuff about the Souls series while I go through Dark Souls. We're going to just be going through the base game. I'm not very confident in my ability to breeze through the DLC like I am with the rest of the game. I've maybe beaten the DLC 6 times total, while compared to the rest of this game, I've beaten well over 50, if not 60, if not 70 times. We'll be fine. You'll see while we go through it. Um, so we're gonna get started here. I'll just show you, you know, doesn't matter. Maybe we cut that stuff out. Anyway, so we're gonna be making a new game, and we're gonna get going here. We'll type it in YouTube. Sure, it doesn't matter what gender you are. I personally think Bandit's the best starting class, and we are gonna be using the Master Key. I forget why I take the Master Key. It's actually completely irrelevant, I think. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I used to do these runs in Dark Souls, so I don't entirely remember exactly why I do what. We're going to watch cutscenes when we can. Normally I would skip them because I'd seen them a whole bunch, but whatever, right? So this is basically going to be like the equivalent of a stream, except you can't chat in it, but I am going to be talking about a couple things that I really wanted to go over. I was going to make this video, and it was my 100 favorite games, and in it I had a bunch of From Software games. And I had a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, because I think no matter how like tiring it might seem, if you've been around the internet, not even for that long, right? For the past 10 or so years, you've heard people talk about Souls games, From Software games. They give their opinions and stuff. I don't think what I'm going to say or what I feel is unique. In fact, I'm going to prove that it's not kind of normal, or not so much normal, but like someone else has said those words or said the words I'm about to say before you. This video is going to be pretty fun. I think you're going to see someone play through Dark Souls probably in a way that you're not entirely used to. It's going to be like half a speed run, half not a speed run. I'm not going to use any glitches. I'm not going to use any non-intended skips, so we are going to get all of the 30 humanity and skip Fire Sage Demon and Centipede Demon because I hate those bosses. And I'm going to be talking about a couple things. I actually originally started this because I really liked Dark Souls a whole bunch, and I love Matthew Matosis, and so when he made that Dark Souls video, I went, oh, let's see if I can beat Dark Souls in the time it takes for that video to go through. Now it's like a 6-hour video, and I would get closer and closer to 6 hours, and eventually beat the 6-hour mark, and then whittle it all the way down to around 3 hours and 15 minutes. If I could ever get the game or the run where I beat the game in one life, so deathless, it would be around 2 hours and 50 minutes. I've only ever beaten this game with one death. That's my record. I have died of the Bed of Chaos on that run. I hate the Bed of Chaos for many reasons, but that being one of them. You're going to see some stuff. I think I'm going to walk some people through some stuff. You've probably seen everything now. I mean, everyone's talked to death about Dark Souls. Or maybe not. You know, because of Elden Ring, I feel like there's a new wave of people that are playing Souls games, and they go back and are playing other From Software games. In fact, I've encountered a couple people who I would argue are way better at Souls games than me, or From Software games than I am. And some of them have never played Dark Souls 1. Right? And when they go back, they have all these frustrations and complaints that I find very interesting. And I do want to talk about that. I want to talk about the evolution of the Souls series. I want to talk about sort of conversations people tend to almost have. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to say anything unique, but I do think I'm going to be expressing those normal feelings in a way that hasn't really been expressed before, right? I feel like the Souls comment section and commentators are very hostile towards one another and everybody. And hopefully we can be a little bit more neutral, a little bit more positive in these conversations. Yeah. Okay. So again, we're going to be watching the cutscenes, but other than that, we're going to be going through the game how I would normally go through it, which is we're starting with Bandit build, and I'm going to get 16 strength, 12 dexterity. It might be 10. I don't remember, but I'll be showing you guys some stuff. Anyway, Bandit just has the most optimal stats to get the build that I want to, that I want to run. Here we start off in the Undead Asylum. Oh, I am playing the PC Dark Souls remastered version of the game instead of my version of Prepare to Die or my version on the Xbox 360. And the reason I'm playing it on this version is exclusively because of the inventory bonus they added. Basically, I'm gonna have to pop 30 humanity at some point in the game, and I used to just sit there and mash the A button over and over and over again to use all that humanity. But nowadays, oh, that's crazy. It's in, huh? Interesting. I'm not used to it being in PlayStation talk. Sorry. Anyway, and so in the remaster version, you can pop all 30 humanity at once, as opposed to the older versions of the game where you have to do it one at a time. Anyway, if you look up through this little hole, you can see there's going to be the Asylum Demon. And we're just going to run, right past him. We're not going to fight him yet, right? I have not played this game in a very long time. I would say in over a year. I used to play this game religiously. As you're probably going to see, I'm not going to be as pro as I used to be. I don't think I'm beating the game in 3 hours. But you're going to see that I can beat this game very quickly. And, 3 hours every other day or 3 hours a day even is really not that big of a time commitment to really push through. Anyway. Why I'm thinking Y is how I get through stuff. I wonder, I recently had to do some Elden Ring stuff. We're going to run up here and then run down, hug the wall, so we dodge the boulder. Of course. Here's Oscar. He's the guy that helped us. Now, I said I'm going to watch cutscenes. I'm not going to listen to these guys talk on for forever. That's not me, man. You can always play the game. All right. Okay, good. Gonna open this up for later. I'm only gonna do very limited optional content, and I'll talk about it when we get to it. But, we're basically coming through here. At this point, the game has all these instructions, you can read some of these notes, these developer messages that will tell you how to play the game. I am simply pointing this out now because I will most likely begin a very long, rambling story at some point where I talk about a Twitter thread that really pissed me off. And somebody had stated that Elden Ring was the first From Software game to give a tutorial. And what an absurd sentence to make with such confidence, to be honest, because that's just incredibly not true. Anyway, here's this guy. Oh, I tried to practice my parrying, and that's where it got me, man. We don't need to loot anything. If you're wondering, should you ever loot in the fucking monastery, you shouldn't. There's no reason to. I don't know why he just attacked there. Anyway, we're going to do a plunging attack. And 2, Roll. Alright. It always feels like you can do 3 attacks on the Asylum Demon. It always feels like you could, but you can't. You can only do 2, and then you gotta roll. Yeah, you can hear the, Oh, what's he called? Because he's not the Demon Fire Sage. The Stray Demon. The Stray Demon. Why am I thinking hitting triangle is pick up item? Is it pick up item in Elden Ring? It can't be. Surely not. Anyway, well, I guess now we have a cutscene, which is good. So, let's talk about Dark Souls. Right? If you're like me, you're 30, pushing 30, about to be 30. You've been in the gaming space for a while. You are heavily familiar with Dark Souls, right? Like, the type of YouTube I was around is a very different type of YouTube I think a lot of other, like, people were. Like, I didn't watch Call of Duty or anything like that. I watched, you know, shit that's basically video essays, but made in 2011, right? And at a point, it was, like, mandatory that, like, if you had a YouTube channel and you talked about video games, you had a video where you talked about Dark Souls. And that is, like, just how, like, limited what I consumed was. That, like, everything that I followed, everybody I followed had talked about Dark Souls. And I think this is even before Asmongold played it, and then that brought it up, or whatever. Anyway, we're not going to talk to this guy. Talking to that guy's bad. We'll get to it later. We have to... I believe I have to run over here. I forget if I have to pick up all of this stuff. Sorry, I have like years of doing this run and it getting more and more optimized. So I don't remember if I need these souls or not. I do know I need the souls by the gravestone to level up just enough. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't need them. Because I realized I don't need to level up that much. Anyway, here's some skeletons by the Cataclysm. Anyway, Cataclysm by the Catacombs. Yeah, by the Cataclysm. Anyway, so, like, to me, it was very weird when Dark Souls 1, or the Souls games, kind of got their additional, like, resurgence. It felt like with every, like, new Souls game, it's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be 10 dexterity, 16 strength. Fuck it, dude. We'll find out. And so, I think that's what kind of spawned it, right? Like, Demon Souls really was the originator, right? It's the game that got the cult following, or it got a cult following. But I feel like Dark Souls is really the game that, like, the streamers were streaming, that, like, people were making YouTube videos about. You know what I mean? Like, people knew what Dark Souls was. And I don't think they really knew that for Demon Souls. And so, I don't even remember people, like, streaming or even talking about Dark Souls 2, really. Like, outside of the Matthew Matosis video, I don't think anyone I knew, who I followed, made videos or talked anything about Dark Souls 2. It was, like, Dark Souls 1, and that was it. And then, like, Bloodborne came out, and it was a huge deal. And what I'm trying to get at is I think Dark Souls 1 is pretty much like the original game that originally got the cult following, right? It was marketed as being really, really hard, and it took basically like an advanced version of the Demon Souls marketing. So a little bit of history of how I found Dark Souls, because I'm special. I have a unique story. Well, if you're watching this channel, you probably know, but I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and a pretty prominent... Do I need to loot you? No, I don't think these guys can drop. Maybe they can. Maybe they can drop small Titanite shards. That's like why I'm looting them, just in case. Anyway, we're going to roll down here. We're in Undead Burg. But how I found out about Dark Souls was when I played World of Warcraft during Wrath of the Lich King, Total Biscuit, who is sadly not here anymore, he had a radio show called, I think it was on WoW Radio, but it was called Blue Please. And I remember vividly him talking to a guest, and he was talking about playing Demon Souls and how much he loved Demon Souls because of how hard it was. And he was talking about Boletaria, where okay, buddy, you Superman jump in here. All right, that's fine. Better this than the flailing. We need this rubbish for later. It's important. It's not a joke. You should grab that rubbish. It's important. And so that stayed in my head, right? So in the era that Demon Souls came out, and was it 2009? If you were like a gamer, like an annoying person, you would be like a gamer, you would think, or you were part of the conversation that was video games are too easy at the moment. This is like the Wii is getting a lot of traction, and a lot of games have a lot of tutorials. They have a lot of easy modes. Say hi to the dragon. Hello, dragon. And in that, are you gonna leap behind me? No, you're just gonna be in my way. And so Demon Souls was like this game that wasn't easy. This game actually was really hard and really challenging. And I remember some of the facts behind Demon Souls. If you kick and heavy attack, these guys will always die. If you don't know how to kick, it's like a Super Smash Brothers ability. You hit forward and a button, right? Forward and light punch is going to be, you know what I mean. Kick, and then forward and heavy attack is going to be a jump. Nope, that's a spear. Okay, anyway, let's go down here. We got things to do. Right, so like that was like the big selling point of Demon Souls. And so I, as like a normal American boy in the suburbs, did not have a PS3. Right, I had an Xbox 360 because every other 13-year-old had an Xbox 360. Let's not pretend like we didn't, Like we made fun of like the two kids, and I know I remember them as the kids that had PS3s. We made fun of them for not having Xbox 360s. Anyway, so I remember Dark Souls coming out when I was in high school, and my friend was a year older than me, and therefore 18, and I remember handing them money, and then them, going in and making the purchase. And I thought Dark Souls was Demon Souls. Like, I didn't know they were two separate games. I just thought it was the Xbox 360 release of the PS3 exclusive game. I would go on. Really? That didn't get the interrupt. Interesting. And so I went on to, okay, bud. I would go on to try Dark Souls a little bit, and it just didn't really work out for me. I found the game too frustrating. I do not believe I got past the second boss of the game, the gargoyles. I shouldn't be looting this shit, man. I know better. Anyway, but we need these. We need these fire bombs. And I kind of gave up, and then my one friend, who's been a long-time Northern Lion fan, had watched Northern Lion play this game, and so I remember getting it. This is why we use the. Okay. Pause before we go back to talking about Northern Lion. I'm about to get Soft Humanity. Soft Humanity. If you look on the top left, you're gonna see 2 zeros. Okay. You get Soft Humanity by killing enemies in an area where you haven't killed a boss yet. This should be a Soft Humanity. There we go. Alrighty then. moving on. Where were we? Yeah, so like I remember him watching Northern Lion and then him being like, "Oh, you should play Dark Souls." No, actually, like I'm playing it right now. You should play it. And so I got Prepared to Die on Steam, and I went to go play Dark Souls, and I got a lot farther this time. I got to the Capper Demon, and then I got hard stuck. I could not get out of the Capper Demon fight. I didn't know what to do. And that's pretty much where it left off until college. There was a summer where I had nothing to do, and so I cannot believe that shit missed. That's absurd. Okay, I'm getting cooked. I might be dead. No, 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 no. That, it's just like, it's crazy that neither of those jumping attacks hit, I guess. That's like where my brain's at. Usually they hit. There's no shot they patched this game. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay. And so, we had nothing to do. And I was just like, wow, we'll play Dark Souls then. Like, it'll be funny. Like I'll drink and we'll watch me play Dark Souls because we don't have the internet. We don't have anything to watch. We don't have anything to do, like, when we're at home. And so my roommates would watch me play Dark Souls. And that experience was, like, really funny and, like, really fun. And that's how I beat and finished Dark Souls, like, just in time for Dark Souls 2 to come out or something. I don't remember. Maybe Dark Souls 2 had just come out. But that was it. Like, after that experience that one summer in college, I had, like, completely fallen in love with Dark Souls. I thought it was, like, the best game ever made. It was easily my favorite game, and I didn't think they could make another game like it. And even after playing Dark Souls 2, I really held that belief that they just couldn't make one like it. And ever since then, I kind of think... It's weird to say. Like, it's weird to think about, right? Because I don't want to be, like, very unproductive in a conversation and be like, oh, well... The first From Software game you play is always going to be your favorite. Because Dark Souls 1 is my first From Software game I played, and it is my favorite. I've played all of the Demon Souls games, you know what I mean? Like, etc. stuff. And I do think Dark Souls 1 is the best. But, dude, I hate that fucking jump back. Alright, are we done? No, we're going to keep jumping? Okay. Just gonna top myself off. It doesn't matter. I don't really need the Estus flasks here. Oh, it's just B for this. Okay. Yeah, and hopefully I'm going to be talking about some of the cool stuff that Dark Souls 1 does that I don't think the other Souls games do, or do as well, to be honest. But I do think you give a lot of sympathy to the first Souls game that you play, right? Because it's the first time you're experiencing it. You know, if you never play these types of games, then, like, it's never going to be the same experiences as the first time, right? Like, think about it like that every game after the first Souls game you play is, like, a new game plus, right? Like, I've watched a lot of people play Dark Souls 1. It was a very popular stream game. And the way that they play Dark Souls 1 is almost always exclusively the same, right? I think that there's, like, a lot of ways people play these games, and they play them very slow. They hide behind their shields. You know, they play very passively. And as they get more familiar with the mechanics, or they do a New Game Plus run or something, they play a lot more aggressive. They're a lot more experimental with how they play and what they choose to play. They're a lot more confident with parrying and trying to parry and stuff. And I personally think that technically we don't need to talk to Solaire, but gosh, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we look out and talk to him? And I think that kind of makes every Souls game you play afterwards worse, right? Like, because I've had experience with Dark Souls 1, you know, things are a lot easier to do in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 and in Bloodborne and Elden Ring, right? Like, it took me 50 hours, technically 49, to beat Dark Souls on the first playthrough. And it took me a lot less than that to beat all the other games. And so I always think that, like, not necessarily that your first Souls game you play is going to be your favorite, but probably your first playthrough of a Souls game is going to be, like, pretty heavily, it's going to be one of a kind. Your first playthrough of a Souls game, regardless of which one, is going to be probably the best experience you can have because it's going to be so unique. Anyway, the dragon here, because this is the first time we summon him, he actually doesn't. He has a reduced aggro range. This is just worth noting. So they give you enough time to run here and activate the shortcut because normally they don't. Normally the dragon's got a bigger range. Anyway, sorry. I'm so used to like making this kind of like a little tour. I made this video before for some friends of mine, and when I would stream, I would really break down all these decisions and talk about all these neat little like little effects and things that are happening in the game and in the game world and some level design stuff. But you can just watch someone else for that, to be honest. I think it's more interesting to have sort of these ethereal ramblings, this one person conversation. Then look at him. And we're just going to wait until he comes down. Man. Yeah, so, like, I think Dark Souls 1 is the best Souls game. It does all the things that I personally like a little bit more than some of the other stuff. Just keep going. Than some of the other games. But I definitely think that there's heavy bias, right? And maybe not necessarily because Dark Souls 1 was the first Souls game I played, but this was the game I had my first Souls experience in. And hopefully that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody can be like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? Wait, oh, I forgot I'm not playing Elden Ring. I literally just went in to do a jump attack. My B. Anyway, okay, that should be correct. It is 10 dexterity. Oh, okay, we did it. This is correct. I'm gonna get the free heal here. It doesn't matter. I love the Claymore. It's my favorite. Nah, whatever. I don't need a light roll yet. No, I don't really need a light roll. Right, so, like, your first game could be, like, Dark Souls 3, and, Elden Ring could be your favorite From Software game. But I think your first playthrough of Dark Souls 3 is probably going to be your favorite playthrough of a Souls game. Does that all track? I feel like it tracks. Whenever this guy wants to get up here. I'm not fighting these guys with archers and a boar or whatever. It's a waste of my time. And Dark Souls 1, probably in the other Souls games too. Just not as expert in them. These guys... Okay. He didn't want to be... in Dark Souls 1, like, fighting on the stairs is so crazy. Like, their hit collision and stuff on the stairs is wild. Are you kidding me? That is unacceptable, camera. What happened there? Oh, shit. That's bad. Excuse me. Alright. It's like a combination of being rusty and talking. Like, just saying a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Let's roast the pig, and then we'll keep talking, because I don't need to be thinking while roasting the pig. Whoops. What button is it? This one? Okay. Nope. In case I really fuck up. There we go. Yeah, the hit collision on stairs is like such a joke. You're gonna see me taking advantage of it Sorry, I was distracted. Want to try it again, boss? There we go. So, I think like all the From Software games, have their own merits and stuff, and I understand why people would like one more than the other. And I do think that there is a bias towards the first one that you played, you know. But I definitely think that bias skews more to the first experience, and you can only ever experience a From Software game for the first time once, right? Whoa. This camera is fucking shit. What's happening, man? Why do I... Oh, yeah, the alluring skull has ruined that trap. Yeah, I forgot. Because they mess with the AI down here. Okay. We're doing fine. So we don't need this key because we have the master key. But we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going. So like my strategy with this run, right, that I do is to get as overpowered as I can as early as I can, right? And I think one of the things that remains pretty true in all From Software games is that your weapon is usually the most important aspect of the game. And I will talk about that in a little bit. I don't know why. Oh, you know what? I do know why. Excuse me. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, I appreciate that. Alright, we were attacking that guy in the hopes that he drops a Titanite shard. He did not, so we're going to keep going. I'll be talking a bit about, the good and bad qualities of how beneficial it is to upgrade your weapon first. But 100% of the time, your weapon being upgraded is, like, the bigger factor than, like, having levels. Oh, I forgot. I did this wrong. I was supposed to sneak behind him and then give him a backstab. Wow, that's cringe. Well, we got the backstab anyway. No Titanite shards. Damn, every Titanite shard I get saves me 800 buckaroos. What do I need? 99? I get one for free from the Steel Knight over there. Okay. I guess we can just start talking about that. So, like, what I'm going to do here is the most I can upgrade my sword to is really no fucking Titanite shards, is a +5, which is exactly what I'm going to go do. I'm going to go level my Claymore up to +5 using Titanite shards, and it's going to make the boss fight a pretty big joke. You're going to see it. I find it, like, pretty interesting. So I was watching my friend play Elden Ring the other day. She's going through the Elden Ring DLC. Oh, how dare you. I cannot believe that counts as the shield. Whatever. That shouldn't, right? Right? She's going through the Elden Ring DLC. And she keeps trying to parry this guy. And she can parry him sometimes, but sometimes he's doing attacks you just can't parry. So you can't parry, like, jump attacks or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And I'm watching her parry, and I'm trying really hard not to backseat games. Sometimes I relent, right? But, like, our group, like, our friends are watching her play, and some people are saying this and this. And I'm trying to figure out how she can beat this boss that she's struggling with without changing her build, right? I think that's, like, a pretty... I don't know the right word for it, but it's like a pretty annoying thing to do as like a spectator, to look at the way someone's playing the game and say, hey, just change it to the way that I want you to play it, right? Like, oh, you're running that weapon? Well, don't run that weapon. That weapon's bad. Run this weapon instead. You know what I mean? I I would say, oh my god, dude, that's so annoying that I didn't get a single one. Anyway, reinforced weapon, claymore, yes, claymore, yes. Do I need not? Is it 10 that you need, or is it 9 that you need? Okay, this actually is correct. Gotcha. Right? I did it right? Nope. Claymore plus 5. All right, we did do this. Okay. I'm now going to pop a bunch of humanity and level the shit out of my character. You know, so I don't want her, you know, I don't want my friend to switch weapons. I don't want my friend to switch, you know, her armor or do anything like that. I want, you know, I want her to play the game the way that she wants, you know, with the build that she wants to play it with, right? And I ended up thinking about strategies of what she should do, because she's able to parry the guy when he does parry attacks, but not able to parry him when he doesn't do parryable attacks, right? So if she just rolled instead of parrying, it would be better, right? And then kind of as I went down this rabbit hole of thought, like of thinking, I went, well, when you really think about it, she probably should just be like just attacking. You know, probably upgrade her weapons to max and then just go on the pure offensive and go for stagger. You know, you get to play with the weapons you want to play, but ultimately speaking, you can just be really aggressive. I definitely think being aggressive, in my experience anyway, is like the most optimal way to play every Souls game. I'm not saying the most fun. And I kind of not even saying the easiest, but I am saying it is the most optimal, right? Like, I'm no longer hiding behind my shield because my weapon one-shots everything, right? Like, that's kind of a bigger deal than like any other gameplay strategy. Here you're gonna see the fucking stairs at work. Yeah. So I always think it's important when you get to or I always like to get to this point. You see the summoner, he's gonna be buffing these guys. I want my weapon, while I can have my shield out, to one-shot them. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Nice, I got 2 of them. I made them a shish kebab. Put the shield away, get stamina back. Yeah, so these guys deal a lot of damage with that summoner buff. You gotta be squidding me. Okay, nice. Nice. Is that all of them? Oh, nope. No, it's not. You know, I definitely prefer to go through these games with like a sword and a shield. All right, now we gotta go in. He will come up and find me in a little bit. I'm not going down there and fighting all those Balder Knights in the ground floor. Nah, he'll come up here. He'll come up here. Yeah, I definitely think that, like, leveling up your weapon and being really aggressive is certainly the best way to play these games. And I think you, that I feel like in the end that kind of limits your play style, right? I don't think that is, yeah, we're going to open up, the door and then exhaust Lautrec's dialogue. Okay. Anything else? Okay. That's it, right? Yeah, alright. And so, I think, where are we? We're on... I don't think that From Software has ever truly changed that, like, has countered that gamer philosophy, or their player base's philosophy that's, like, proven to be true, right? Maybe philosophy is not the right word, but, like, hopefully you understand what I'm saying. That, like, I feel like it's always correct to level up your weapon to the most you can level it up to, and then... Hello? and then just be really aggressive. I feel like that strategy is like the most optimal, right? Even in Elden Ring, like have a high damaging weapon and then just run in and be really aggressive. And I don't they played into that with Bloodborne, where they like wanted people to play like that, but I don't think they've ever come up with anything that counteracts that strategy. You're going to see that my strategy is not going to change throughout all of Dark Souls 1, and to be honest, my strategy doesn't change throughout any of Dark Souls 3. It doesn't change throughout Bloodborne. It didn't change throughout Elden Ring or the Elden Ring DLC. So like for me personally, it's always very weird to kind of whew, I think I'm practicing. Okay. Yeah. It's always pretty weird to see something like that in terms of what's my issue, right? Is that I think that there should be a multitude of different play styles and encouraging different play styles, and I think it gets a little bit discouraging. Sorry if I'm rambling. I am reading and playing and thinking about the past at the same time. I think this aggressive play style is very effective and very prominent, right? And I don't think it ever truly gets challenged, right? You never really, that's never going to be a bad solution or a bad way to play, being extremely aggressive. And I find that a little disappointing, right? Like I would like to have these games challenge different aspects than just mechanical difficulty from bosses, which I feel like is the direction that From Software has gone. That a lot of challenges are just like very easily skipped by sprinting through the level, which is a very common thing many people do, or by just dealing so much damage to an enemy that it doesn't matter, right? And so how do you counter them dealing so? How do you counter this offense, this strategy? Well, sometimes they give their enemies an absurd amount of HP. Sometimes they give them multiple phases that fill their bar up again, right? And I just don't think those solutions ever truly worked. And, you know, we were, sometimes we watch our other friend play Armored Core. She's playing Armored Core for the first time, Armored Core 6. And the way that I play Armored Core, the way that I played Armored Core 6 is the exact same way that I play every From Software game, right? I took double shotguns and was very aggressive. It was like a strategy that I have learned from other Souls or other From Software games and knew it worked. But if you go to the Reddit or the discussions, it's people being like, I can't believe, I don't need that actually. I can't believe people use double shotguns. It's so cringe. It's such like a blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like this is a tried and true, accepted and respected strategy in From Software. Run and be really aggressive in a Souls game. But in Armored Core, running in and being really aggressive with shotguns, you know, it's cheating. You're taking the easy way out. Because someone's always complaining somebody else is taking an easy way out, as if it matters what someone else is doing in a single-player game. But really, I was thinking about how that is so interesting that it seems like, to me, the developers have never developed a solution to this, like, raw, effective aggression, you know? Truly, the Sith were right. Like, anger is just the better thing to do here. Can I get your tail, please? Thank you. Okay, alright. All right, give me a second, give me a second. All right. All right, not my best Gargoyles run, to be fair. But anyway, not my worst. That's for sure. But you see, like, I'm basically playing a glass cannon. If you gave him, if I just don't give a shit, I don't need light roll. I don't really care that much. But if I had light roll, right, I would just be a. Oh, maybe this is light roll. Oh, I don't have medium roll yet. I'll have medium roll in a little bit. Don't worry. That's why I'm leveling up endurance. I'll talk about endurance in a minute. But like, my character's just a glass cannon. I just upped. I put all my points into damage. I've spent no points into HP or like a defensive stat. It's just exclusively damage. And for me personally, that's like fine. Like that's a way to play the game, but it's kind of upsetting that that way is so effective and it's effective in every game. And how I got on this whole sort of debacle was I was thinking about all this in, how you have like really long, complicated thoughts, but in like a couple seconds. While I was watching my friend play Elden Ring, trying to parry a boss. And it got me thinking about fighting games. So I like to play fighting games. I'm sorry if you don't. This is going to be a little bit weird then. But in fighting games, right, you pick a character. And in playing that character, you have different matchups, characters you're good against and you're not good against. And if you think about an Elden Ring build or a From Software build, as a character that you are selecting, I'm going to do this in case I get owned, and how that build has different matchups. So she likes to parry. She wants to parry. Its entire point is that she has a build revolved around parrying, and parrying is the only thing she cares about. So it's one of those things where that build has like strengths and weaknesses, right? So when you think about it in fighting games, let's say you're playing a rushdown character, you're playing Cammy. How Cammy fights against someone who's playing another rushdown character, how Cammy plays against, I don't know, man, fucking also Cammy. How Cammy plays against a rushdown character is different than how Cammy would play against a zoning character like Guile, right? It would just be different. Someone that's shooting a lot of projectiles at you creates a different sort of... I forget what I do now. I think I still go for 20 decks. I think that's the better play. And builds kind of feel like the same way too, right? Like, some people, I think, they see someone's build and their response is, to keep with the Street Fighter metaphor, is to switch the character, switch the build, change the weapon, change how you're playing, as opposed to switch the strategy. However, what I ended up running into in this thought process was that she didn't really care too much about the build, more so she cared about the strategy. She did not, if I do not get purple moss, I'm actually going to scream. Oh, please don't fall off the edge. Fuck. That sucks. I really needed that not to happen. Okay, here comes the other guy. Alright, we got them both. Nice. No moss! No moss. Fuck me, dude. Oh, we're gonna... Okay. I can make it work. I can find it. I can get lucky. Where am I? Where are we? Yeah, and so I really came down that I had no solution for this person who really wanted to parry, except for the fact that there's some things you can't parry. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, you gotta save your character, right? And develop different strategies, If you're a parry character and you're going against something that you can't parry, you gotta be willing to accept the fact you can't parry it. Though, at the same time, it was pretty depressing, right? Because then it's like, oh, well, if she shouldn't parry, what should she do? The solution is she should run in and be incredibly aggressive and just stagger him. Like, that's the solution. And I think that being the solution is lame, because that's the solution you can apply to like every enemy in Dark Souls 1 for sure. And you can apply to so many other enemies in so many other games, right? From the series. Which is kind of why I like these guys. So these guys are actually, these Stone Knights are my favorite enemies in a FromSoft game. I think they're really fun to fight. I like the fact that they're left-handed. They're a little tricksy. I like the fact that they are kind of like in this forest and you have to like slowly wake them up. I think that's pretty fun. I like that they have that spell that makes you move and act slower, right? So things are a little tricky when you have to fight them and you have to deal with them. I think they're cool. You know, they're not like the most unique enemy, but I do like that they have these types of spells and they have, you know, I like the fact that they're a little bit different. Though granted, they are just a big humanoid, which you will see a lot of in a From Software game. God, it's my least favorite. Whoops. Probably my least favorite thing in all FromSoft games is the jump back. Just stand and fight. Just stand and let me fight you. Okay. Alright, I got what I wanted. Time to leave. We'll pop this just to be safe, but am I just gonna be medium roll anyway? Yeah. Whoa. Ragdoll is still there. Anyway, we're almost done with my build. We're gonna go pick up the Grass Crest Shield, which I need for the next boss I'm gonna be fighting. And then I'm gonna go pick up the shield I'm actually gonna use. The Grass Crest Shield is a great shield, for the record. It's probably one of the best shields they've ever made. However, I feel a little icky using the Grass Crest Shield because I don't need it, right? And everybody else uses it because it's such a good shield. You know, like that hipster feeling we all kind of have, where it's like, yeah, I don't need to use it because everyone else is using it, right? Like, I don't want to. I want to be a little bit different. It's like, I'm not going to play a top tier because everyone plays a top tier, so I'm going to play one tier below. That's the worst fucking outcome I could have possibly gotten. That sucks. Man, did I really not want Twinkling Titanite? Okay. Oh, I don't need those. It's not worth the damage. But that's how I feel about the Grass Crest Shield. You know what I mean? Like, it's very good. It's very good. I use it on my first playthrough, but, you know, on my 207th playthrough, do I need it? No, I don't. I don't need it. Yeah. I think Darkroot... What are we in? Darkroot Garden? Darkroot Basin? No, we're in... I guess now we're in Darkroot Basin. Wow, look at that. Black Knight Halberd. That's cool. Yeah, I was not very confident. So I rested at a bonfire when I shouldn't have. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go to the Undead Asylum again. Let's see. I wonder what else. let's see, I talked about Souls games being very, you know, offensive focused. I mean, one of the best parts is coming in here and one-shotting these guys, right? Like they throw a lot of like unarmored hollows at you and, you know, multitudes, usually in like a swarm or something. So it's good to be able to just hit them once and they die. Dude, this is like unironically why streaming can be like really difficult, because I have so much that I'd want to talk about and would like to say about this series and this game, and yet once I'm playing, I just like don't have the brain power to even remember the words that are like just left my fucking mouth, right? I'm like just stuck here. Or this is the right way to go. I forget if it's the right way to go or a bottomless pit or whatever. Anyway, so like we can talk about summoning. I think there's this very weird thing that exists in From Software games that doesn't exist in other single player game communities, right? And maybe because not a lot of other single player communities are as big or as online, but you definitely don't see people walk into like a Legend of Zelda playthrough or look at, you know, how someone's playing that game and go, "Oh wow, you're using the red tunic in Ocarina of Time because it reduces your damage to spikes as well as fire. Cringe that you're making the game so easy." You know, like nobody's really talking about shit like that, right? Nobody's like watching somebody's like RPG build and being like, "Oh, I can't believe you're running this character that you have, you know, you're running Cloud and Barret and fucking whatever, whoever, Yuffie. Like, what a cringe team. You're doing things the easy way." I don't think anybody's really doing that, right? But for Dark Souls, for some reason, for the Souls series, people show up and they go, "Oh, you're playing the game in like a way that doesn't count." And I'm not going to break down like why that's interesting. I actually don't find it interesting at all. I find it annoying. Because it's weird, right? I think one of the coolest parts about the Souls series is its multiplayer. And I think the idea of like shunning people from using the multiplayer is so bizarre, right? Cuz like there's some really cool things you can get from doing the multiplayer, and there's like a really cool community bonding that you can have. And I always found that like really weird that people would really shun. Okay, it's just his footsteps are really loud. I was like, I could have sworn I heard the boulder coming again. Well, he had a lot more stamina than I thought he did. I'll tell you what. He has no Estus flasks, though, because he gave them to me. All right. R.I.P. Oscar, you're the GOAT. Never forget. Alright, now that I have his shield, I'm going to not equip it, because I have to equip the Grass Crest shield. Take off all of my armor. Because this boss fight sucks. Alright, hold on. Let me put a pin on whether or not summoning is okay, and I think it is, and I think if you complain about people summoning, you're cringe. Let's talk about the Stray Demon. 1, the remaster is an upgrade. For sure. Because now you can see the explosions. If you don't know, I used to call this person, I used to say that they used invisible fireballs because you could not see what they were hitting you with. Alright, you actually can hit their tail too. You can hit it. You don't have to like always be hitting its butt. But this boss fight, I think, taught me a lot about how to get through Dark Souls. This is probably the boss I died the most to on a first playthrough, mainly because there's a bonfire right above it, and so like I was like way more willing to die. I was way more comfortable with dying. Oh, and don't worry, I have something to say about that too. But I think why the Stray Demon is like particularly hard, and it's not just because his fireballs are invisible, but because, as you can see, I'm not locking onto anything. I think this is like the first boss that if you were to lock onto it, you'd be like, wow, this fucking sucks. Like, it's just not a good strategy. The camera really kind of takes it away from you, and it's easy for him to fly around and do that butt slam and stuff, because you're fighting the camera and how to move from it and whatnot. Oh, man, but so... And that's it. This boss fight is really boring. It's basically what we're doing right here, right? He has a lot of HP, and he's an optional boss, so it makes a lot of sense for this Stray Demon to have a lot of HP. Because you're probably supposed to fight him a little bit later. He drops Titanite Shard instead of or Titanite Slab. I'm sorry, instead of a chunk. And so, if I was a little bit more prepped for this, then I probably would be a little bit more confident in doing more hits to him. But I don't remember the how many hits I can get away with. But he's a pretty boring boss overall. It's just the first boss that I learned not to lock on to. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna get into a conversation about whether or not, about the difficulty of modern day Souls games, right? I personally think it's very lame. I do not like it at one bit. The concept of State Americas or like having bonfires right before the boss, right? In fact, in the DLC, there is a particular moment that I had that I thought was really funny, where there is a bonfire, or whatever it's called, a site of grace, and then, no exaggeration, in the next room over is a site of grace, right? And this happens actually a couple times, because they'll put one before a boss, and they'll put one like after you defeat the boss, which I think really defeats sort of the purpose of these things. They are now no longer what they are in Dark Souls, which we'll talk about, but instead they're just checkpoints for you to warp around and teleport to. And I think that's pretty lame, right? I think there's a lot of difficult aspects of Dark Souls. There's like, you have like a lot of different things that you can manage. You're not attacking? Oh, you are attacking. Like trying to figure out where to go, maybe trying to figure out certain like puzzles or routes, figuring out different strategies to beat different bosses or whatever, or solve certain solutions, like, how to get here is tricky, right? They don't tell you. There's no path that leads you here. You're supposed to like see if you want to hop off the elevator early, and then figure out if you can even get up to the Raven. Like, how are you supposed to know the Raven's going to take you anywhere, right? You're not, right? It's not like a intuitive thing necessarily. But now they've really streamlined. Oh, I think I fucked up. I did not. Alright, this should be it. Titanite Slab. I need that to upgrade my weapon to plus 15. Anyway. And I think, in doing that, because the argument is, oh, well, if you don't put a bonfire in front of the boss, then I have to do this big, long run back. Well, I can go dig out the Game Informer that reviewed Demon Souls You know, but I remember Total Biscuit talking about how that's why Demon Souls was so cool. You know, I guess I can just use a homeward bone, but I'm like right fucking here. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Um, I remember Total Biscuit talking about how it's cool that you have to fight your way to the boss, and then if you die, you have to do the level again. You know, it's an old school style of game that you don't see a lot. A lot of bosses, you know, you'll just get that checkpoint that makes it so that you know, can spawn again, just fight the boss again, right? And so because that is what it is, right? There's no like real difficulty and challenge, I don't think. I don't personally experience a whole lot of difficulty or challenge in getting to a boss nowadays, right? I also don't think it's particularly fun getting to bosses nowadays because it feels like a lot of the big cool moments, a lot of the expansive stuff they try doing. Now, well, you know what? I can't do anything with that now. Um, a lot of the cool stuff they try doing in these games, right? Um, they kind of just save all that spectacle and interest for the boss. And I think that's pretty lame, you know? I felt like wait, I'm sorry. What do I need? Oh, a lot more souls than that. I thought I was like only a little bit off. Um and I find that pretty lame, right? So you're going to see me doing what people would do afterwards, right? So or not afterwards. So this is kind of like the next rebuttal. Is well, this is how a lot of people play these games. And honestly, I watch it. A good number of my friends play Souls games like this. Wait, Humanity Rat? The rat that gives me humanity? No Humanity Rat today. And when they play, you know, Souls games, they basically just sprint through all of the enemies. They don't want anything to do with them. And you're going to watch me do it because you're right. Like I already fought these guys. I don't get any soft humanity or anything from them. I don't get anything for fighting them. I'm just going to keep going, right? But imagine if this is my run back to the Taurus demon, right? So this is what people are doing. And now, the Taurus demon is not a very hard boss. You know, you watched me easily beat it while talking about something else. And there's plenty of bosses in Dark Souls 1 that are not particularly challenging. And I would argue most of them aren't. And so, if you're just sprinting through all of this stuff, you're going to get you're going to run into a bunch of enemies. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, thank you. You're going to just run past a bunch of stuff and then encounter a boss that's not particularly challenging, which will probably lead you to not think particularly highly of the game. Like, really? People think Dark Souls 1 is the best one? These bosses are an absolute joke. Especially compared to every boss from every game afterwards, right? And see, that's kind of like an issue I have. The reason we're doing this big, long walk around is because if I was to walk under that bridge, the dragon comes back. Oh, I'm fucking dumb, dude. How much time is this going to take? 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 I gotta go get the key. I gotta go get the key. How much time is this going to take? How much time is it going to take? Do I need the key? Can I beat Quelag without all those bonus levels, I wonder? It's not just about the levels. It's not just about the levels. I need the large Titanite shards. Okay. Well, fuck. I'm out of practice. Alright. Shit. They give me a homeward bone. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I'm down a homeward bone. That sucks. Oh. Okay. I can do this. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So I think there's like a lot of cool stuff. I think when I first played like a Souls game, and I think when a lot of people first play their Souls game before they start running past everything, right? Um, there's some challenge here, and I would have preferred, like I mean, this type of shortcut makes sense. It makes sense for another reason too. But let's just assume that we're talking about the other games, which are all pretty linear levels, right? With the checkpoints in between them. So like shortcuts mean so much less if like they're even worth having, if they even put them in the game. I'm trying to remember shortcuts in Elden Ring, and I'm not going to confidently say there are no shortcuts, but I'm failing to remember shortcuts, right? Even in stuff like legacy dungeons, and that's because From Software knows people just run through everything now. They just kind of skip uh to the enemies they want to have, right? Or they skip to the enemies. They just skip to the bosses, right? It's not worth the big fight. It's not worth pulling the lever and fighting through the guys or whatever. Just skip them all. And hey, I think they're right? Like I personally like playing as a knight. I like having medium roll. I like going in slowly and killing all of the enemies and going around and seeing what I can find. I, you know, think that you're missing some stuff. I think you're missing part of the experience. If I can get even more pretentious and annoying, if you just run past everything. But that's what people want to do, and it disappoints me with every From Software game where it seems like they're less and less interested in stopping that, right? And you can say, well, what's that? What's a big deal? Like, why is it a big deal if somebody just wants to sprint through the game and run to the boss, right? Well, because they put all the spectacle and mechanical complexity and challenge on the bosses now, which is lame because now I feel like I'm wasting my time going through the level. I feel like they have rewarded that play style to the point of why is Elden Ring not just a big giant boss rush mode, right? Why even have any of this other stuff if people are just going to sprint through it? I get a little annoyed when people talk about exploration in games like Elden Ring when it's just like another dungeon for them to sprint through. It's another castle for them to ignore everything in. Humanity, right? Give me humanity? No, no. I find it personally annoying to hear. Like, it irritates me to hear that or read that type of argument. It's usually followed by a bunch of people justifying why they skip all of the content, but I definitely feel it. I personally don't think like any level is really designed as well as Dark Souls as like an overworld or as like an individual level. Like Undeadburg that we're here going through right now is like a really well-made level with tons of shortcuts. Sen's Fortress is also like a great level with tons of shortcuts and like interesting level decisions. And I just don't feel that way when going through, some of the newer stuff, like whatever, Stormhold Castle or whatever the Godric the Grafted's castle is called. I don't remember. Or, Caelid Castle, wherever you go to fight Radahn. Like, I don't think it's very exceptional level design. And to have it be called, these are the legacy dungeons. This is like the normal good level design. And it's like, I don't know, it feels pretty bare bones, It feels like you can sprint through everything. And I feel that way about, several other From Software games. I could be wrong, right? Like I'm definitely willing to be wrong on this, but it's kind of how I feel. It feels like sprinting through stuff just became easier and easier, and it doesn't feel like you're missing anything anymore by sprinting through stuff. Like I feel less and less satisfied going through areas, which, you know, because of that, they put all their difficulty in the bosses, which is why I get really, my feathers get really ruffled at the idea when people start talking about Dark Souls' difficulty, you know, because really what they mean is they want the bosses to be difficult, not like not like the world, not like having to do some extra thinking or planning. They want mechanical difficulty from the boss. And I think that becomes really hard, right? I think Elden Ring has actually done some pretty cool stuff. It took some really interesting steps that I thought were pretty good when it came to boss difficulty. But ultimately, they can only do so much, right? That's why I'm excited for the new From Software game, like the Elden Ring game that's coming out, Elden Ring Battle Royale or whatever. But, you know, when a From Software game comes out, right, you kind of get to build your own character, which is fine. However, when you're building bosses, when you're building, you know, you're building levels or you're designing stuff, you can't design things around mechanics or items your players aren't going to have, right? So like, you think about something like Sekiro, you can implement, they have to dodge this with a jump, or they use their grappling hook, or they use like a parry or something. And that's great. But you can't implement a boss that can only be defeated by a parry, because what if their build doesn't, you know, use a shield? You can't, or, you know, doesn't use a shield you can parry with. What if it's just using a great shield? You can't have a boss that the only way to defeat it is by using, let's say, fire magic, because you can't guarantee that every player is going to have fire magic. But you know what you can guarantee every player is going to be able to do? Roll. Dodge and roll, man. And so, what is every... what does, like, every hard boss come down to nowadays? It comes down to dodging and rolling. How very exciting. You know? You gotta be fucking kidding me. What hit me? And where? And how? Alright, they have locked themselves. We'll wait for him to fall down. Alright. Bad timing. Oh, it's okay. I ducked him anyway. Alright. It should be fine. One, 2. 1, 2. And so that is ultimately what we're about. Look at that. I did so much better when I switched to two-hand instead of playing with a shield and sword. But anyway, I feel like that's where they start throwing in, like, that's the difficulty of Elden Ring nowadays, right? Like, the difficulty is that the bosses are really hard. And how are the bosses hard? Well, they require you to dodge a lot, and then you have to attack at the right time. And there it fucking is, right? Like, what's so difficult about the final boss of the Elden Ring DLC? It's exclusively mechanical, and it's the mechanical difficulty is when to roll and like when to jump, right? And if you're like hearing that and going, well, duh, what else are they gonna do? Brother, they can do whatever they fucking want. It's their game, but they just keep having every boss be that. Every boss is Artorias or Gwyn. Every single boss. That's what it is. And to me, that's, you know, I would take easier bosses, but it takes more to get there, right? Like, now that you can just spawn into a boss and you have as many, whatever, healing pots as you can carry or whatnot, I think that's lame. I also think it like reduces the variety of builds that you're gonna make. Like, what's the point in making a build that deals a bunch of AoE damage if ultimately the game's a giant joke until you fight a boss? I'm pretty bitter about that. I think like it's very hampering on the experience here. Uh, Dude, I just hit X and jump again, like I'm a like I'm playing Elden Ring, and I'm not out here saying that Dark Souls 1 does all of that and that's why Dark Souls 1's the best. But I am saying that like I basically played the same game for the past, what are we in? 2024. I played the same game for like the past 12 years, right? And it seems like it's just getting more and more in the direction of like more skippable levels with bosses that just continuously are difficult, like get more and more difficult, but they get more and more difficult in the same way. If that makes sense. Dude, I got a sack. Thank you, ma'am. I don't know. I just kind of want better levels, and I would want more interesting bosses. I personally do not like oh, I thought I dodged it. I personally do not like slugs or slimes. These are slimes. What game has slugs? Is that Elden Ring? Yeah, I gotta remember this guy. Alright. Where was I? I personally do not like... I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I personally do not like them being, like, checkpoints right in front of a boss. I think that, is not, like, as interesting of a challenge. I mean, lots of games give you a checkpoint before you fight a boss. I think it would, I would prefer, like, a challenge, more of a challenge being... a tough level that you have to fight your way through, and then there's a boss at the end of it, And the boss is going to be mechanically easier than something like Millennia, because it has to be. But getting to that boss would be a lot harder. And, you've used resources getting there, and you have, like, a lot more stress, because if you die, you got to do it all over again. You got the big run back. I'm not out here saying that's objectively the correct way to do it, but I am out here saying that that is what I personally prefer, and they don't go in that direction and haven't been going in that direction. In fact, they've just been capitulating to these people where they make the boss fights harder, but everything else in the Souls series just gets easier and easier, right? Now, you can't, like, fuck up a... Wow, that does not one-shot. I might be dead. No, I'm not. Okay, good. If that guy was gaming, I could have been dead. I just got real Porky Pig over there for a second. I would be. That's all, folks. Oh, you want to get up? You want to get up here? Shut out. Okay. Humanity! Thank you, Humanity Rat. Blessed by Humanity Rat. Another one from moi? Thank you. Yeah, just like... I mean, I think it's... like, objectively, it's true, right? Like, you can now... see where NPCs are on your map. You can warp to anywhere from the beginning of any game, right? They made summoning and going human, right, penaltyless. You can do whatever you want, basically. You get no downside. from not being human or not. I gotta heal, dude. I'm gonna get fucking owned by this thing. Big rat. Big rat's scary, man. And, you know, when you really think about it, yeah, fucking, it's so hard because he's so good at guarding, like, his butt. And we really gotta get behind him, mainly to dodge his attacks. Holy shit, sorry, you just saw me, like, sit up, right? He's relentless. Big rat's so scary. And then, we act aggressive because I stagger him. Right? Simply, we have to remember when to be aggressive. And there it is. There's the boss. Well, not a boss. Kind of a boss. Mini boss. He's cool. You know, you can see him throughout. You know, you see him throughout all these little cages as you make your way down in the depths. Right? And then when you finally fight him, you know, it's like a big fight. It's very cool. One last humanity rat. R.I.P. Oh, just kidding. You're the last one. R.I.P. Yeah, like, I mean, once you open up all these shortcuts, the run back gets shorter and shorter, which I think is a good reward for going through the level. But I definitely think that when you get to the boss, having these sorts of, I think there's like an extra tension there. It's like when you play in front of a stage, right? Like or you're in like a tournament, or you're playing something that like has like stakes to it, right? So like, yeah, I mean, this fucking boss is like a joke, right? But it means something because if I die, I have to do a whole run back. It means even more because I'm recording it. I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot if I die to this joke of a boss. Granted, very cool boss. I remember like me and my roommates like screaming and freaking out when I got here because this is like, you very rarely get a cutscene in Dark Souls, and so getting this cutscene and we're like losing it. We're like, oh my god, what is that fucking thing? Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's gonna kill me. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Anyway, choo-choo train attack, please. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna run now. I probably could have gotten 2 attacks off on it. Alright. Choo-choo train attack, please. Ma'am? Excuse me? I don't want to walk off the fucking ledge. You're not gonna... Okay, that's disrespectful. That's extremely disrespectful. Oh, it still hit me. God. It's a tantrum. Oh. Alright, come over here. Yeah. I'm taking your tail next time. Come on. You know you want to do a choo-choo train attack. Wouldn't it be fun? Think about it. Wouldn't it be really fun? Yes. Alright. I'm taking that tail. If you're gonna misbehave with it, then you don't deserve it. Am I dumb? Oh, fuck. Alright. Because I did not, yeah, and because I did not rest at a bonfire when I use this homeward bone, it's just going to take me right back to, Firelink Shrine. Which is great. It's exactly where I want to be. Alright. 20 dexterity, rest goes in endurance. The level cap for my sword and like my sword or whatever it is, I have a strength cap. I think it's 20. Dex cap is also 20. We'll be putting more points into strength next. It's going to be a bunch more points into strength, but we get more by having 20 dex and 20 strength than we do by having 30 strength and 10 dex. Man. Yes, we're going to kill Quail Egg. It took us a little bit to get here. Let me send the elevator back up. Is it not here? Oh, you know what? You drop down. That's where the little extra thingy is. You know, it starts off pretty slow, but the end game is really quick. I saw a thing on Reddit earlier today that was talking about how, they did like a meme about how everyone says after Anor Londo, like, the Dark Souls level design gets a lot worse, and that'd be crazy. You never hear me saying that. I think the level design in Anor Londo is pretty bad, but I would say everything post Sen's Fortress gets pretty worse. But but like a less contentious take would be, oh fuck, did I get both of them? Oh fuck, oh fuck, that's bad. I think I can do this. Holy. Can I do this? Well, one, this definitely is not worth doing, for the record. Oh, wow, that went a lot farther than I thought. Unfortunately, I gotta run past them. I did not mean to aggro both of them, and now that I got both of them, I gotta run past the third guy. That sucks. Anyway, but like, I think I even like Blighttown. I've actually always liked Blighttown. I thought Blighttown was pretty good, but I just don't feel like dealing with platforming, you know, while I'm talking and dealing with all this other shit. But I do think there's a lot of cool stuff about Blighttown. But I also sympathize and agree with the people that say Blighttown sucks. It's definitely a lot better on the remaster, where you can see things. Whoa. Okay. All right. Look at the little dog. He's not in the wheel. Damn. This game is busted more than usual. Maybe I should have played the Prepare to Die edition. Because this mode's kind of ass. Why is it so glitchy, man? And then purple moss. Okay. Wait. What? Didn't I? Oh, I thought I used that already. Okay. So we're gonna save the purple moss clump for a little bit until after we're out of here, and then I'm gonna pop another humanity. Just make sure I have all of my Estus flasks. This guy's not gonna me. Run to the right of this branch. If you do, you're not gonna get hit by those the giants with their boulders. And then once we get out, we pop one of these. Okay. And we should be good. We should be good. Time to go fight Quail Egg. Yeah, I mean, so the guy's complaining that everyone always says that, you know, the first half of Dark Souls is way better than the second half, level design-wise. But there's a reason everybody says it, right? It's because it's true. It just, like, is an unfortunate truth. It's not like a dig. It's just like, you know, it sucks. I wish the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith didn't suck ass. You know, you guys are going to watch me blaze through Tomb of the Giants. It takes maybe 2 minutes tops to get through Doom of the Giants. Like, it's a joke. And, like, you know, killing the first flame, that's, like, so disappointing to even call that a fucking level, right? Like, I think it's so fair. And I didn't understand, like, what that Reddit post was supposed to be like. Oh, I'm a unique individual. I actually think this like, these little levels that don't do anything is good. I don't know, man. Holy. Giant asshole explosion already? Small explosion, I take. Big asshole explosion, man. I mean, this is fight, right? The fight is she's going to cover the loom in garbage, and she's going to do big asshole explosion. Where is that? Right in front of her? All right. Big asshole explosion. All right, turn around. Come this way. We got to make sure that when she... 1, 2, 3, I'm healing. 1. Oh my god. I got fucking owned. I got turned around too much. Their room is such a mess. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and then she just jumps over there. 1, 2, 3. I can't believe I missed that. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes she's a real asshole. She'll, like, run up to you and then do the big explosion. Alright, she's gonna be going down in any second now. Well, if I did a two-handed attack. Alright, there she goes. Man, back in the day, I used to, like, have to summon Maneater Mildred to fight her. I mean, listen, how I used to play the game, right, is I needed to summon people. I used to think, well, I didn't used to think. I used to, like, really need summons. I was very scared, and I wasn't very good, and then, like, the more I played the game, the better I got, and then I didn't really need summons anymore. But I absolutely use summons on, you know, multiple playthroughs. God, I couldn't even beat the last boss without summoning Solaire. So to me, I always find it, like, pretty disappointing to pick up on a lost thread from forever ago. That, like, you'll run into people who are very, like, anti-summon. And I don't understand why, because I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? Like, don't you want people to, like, experience the game that you like? I guess I say that, and I get annoyed when people sprint through the levels, right? So I guess you could argue that in sprinting through the sprinting through the levels is the same as summoning for a boss fight. Now I can see that. I can see that argument. But I feel like my rebuttal to that argument would be that the game that like the Souls games seem to not make any extra, like, compensation for stuff like that. Let me talk to my boy. Just because I never do. Nah, whatever. I wonder why they open it on no. Anyway. But so, I think that's a fair argument. I think you can make that argument. I personally don't feel that way. And I don't think that, like, the game design has changed to make it where you need to summon. I also don't think that way either. However, I also think summoning is, like, a really cool mechanic. I think it's really interesting how you, like, summon and stuff like that. And how they want you to play the game. I also think that's very cool, and I've always thought it's cool. Right, I think that's like one of the more interesting parts about Dark Souls is the way that it has its multiplayer. It has very unique multiplayer. Dude, I'm never ever catching a break. Are you kidding me? There are just no fucking shards. All right. Well, we're gonna level up my sword to the best I can. Which actually should be what, +7? I think I can get it to. So not very high, but pretty decent. Honestly speaking. Alright. Claymore to +6. Claymore to +7. I can upgrade my shield, but like, whatever, man. I mean, I have nothing to use Titanite. Or Twinkling Titanite on. Yeah, listen, you can make the argument. I just disagree with it. I guess I'd have to think more about it, but ultimately, I think summoning is a really cool aspect of the game, and I think that that the bosses are overall like they're doable on one, and because they are always like, you know, more mechanically, they keep getting like more mechanically difficult, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal if you summon, because you're still going to see a lot of it. Like, bosses get more HP, right, when you summon someone. Or even if you summon an NPC, the bosses are going to have more HP. And I think that's you know, a way that they nerf it. But there's no balance. You know, like, if I was to summon somebody for a boss fight, the boss gets more percentage in HP, right? To be balanced for that. Now, you could argue whether or not that really affects the boss in any meaningful way. I'm not here to have that conversation. I don't really know. I don't really summon anymore. But there is no mechanic like that to stop you from sprinting through the levels. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of reason to parry that guy because he's going to kill himself. So at the very least, that would be my defense. Is there's no balancing mechanic in the From Software games to stop you from skipping the levels, basically. But that's a totally different conversation, I guess. One that I've seemed to discovered in arguing with myself. But, you know, whatever. Listen, you're not going to have the answers to rebuttal everything, right? We're not all fucking scholars. Hey, what's up, dude? Goodbye, dude. My build's almost complete, by the way. All right. Oh, yeah. Forgot. What's this? We'll wait for the next boulder. Okay. You know, I guess the things about summoning, is that it's kind of like a line of people that it's never enough, right? It's never good enough. So you have to beat this boss without summoning. Okay. And now in Elden Ring, you have to beat the boss without using the Mimic Tear. Okay. And now you have to beat the boss without using any Spirit Ashes. Okay. And now you have to beat the boss without using magic. Okay. Well, now you have to beat the boss without using faith. Oh, okay. Now you have to beat the boss without using, like, insert considered cheap weapons. Okay. And now you have to beat the boss, you know, without buffing yourself with all the flame shield buffs and stuff. And you know what I mean? Like, it's like a never enough amount for these people, and how, like, they're going to judge you. And so I think ultimately it really shouldn't matter. Whoa, good dodge, good dodge. A little slightly off on the damage, but it's all right. I want the spear. I need it. It's important. I need it for later. Whew. And so, like, it kind of makes me sad when I see people who are like, and I encounter them who are like afraid to do certain things in Souls games because this like gets a stigma on it. I mean, I'm making a video and putting it on the internet. You are, like, allowed to see it and comment on it, right? And so that's just like what's going to happen. But for every normal person, they are not uploading their playthrough of Elden Ring. You know, you don't have to see what they're doing. You fucking summon to your heart's content, dude. Like, no one's gonna see it. Who fucking cares? Oh, I am sad that I did not kill this guy. Yeah. Normally he, like, gets hit by one of the pendulums. And so to me, it's always one of those things that you know, bums me out, right? Like, I'll be watching somebody, you know, like one of my friends, like his first ever FromSoft game was 60 it's 60 no matter what. Okay. Was Elden Ring, right? And like watching him go through some, you know, like Elden Ring, or like, you know, watch him be at some bosses in some of the other games and, like, you know, be struggling and then feeling like, oh, I'm not going to summon, right? And then also their builds are like, I feel like a lot of people, they'll watch like streamers play, and streamers are obviously not going to use magic or anything fun or cool because their chats are going to, like, crucify them for not playing that way. And which then inspires people who, like, watch somebody play a Souls game and they go, "Oh, I'm not going to play with magic either because that's, like, cringe, you know, the influencer I like doesn't play that way. I'm not going to play that way. I'm not going to play with magic. I'm not going to summon. I'm not going to use, like, a... Come on. Throw a tantrum. So annoying. The downside is if he doesn't throw a tantrum and I come out here and I fight him fairly, then when he throws a tantrum, I die. That's what's the real fucking bummer here. Yeah, this guy we gotta kill. Holy, listen, I mean, look at that, right? Ate my entire fucking stamina. Oh, did it again. And so just, you know, I think, like, you really start seeing it. That it kind of, you know, it ruins other people's experiences. And, makes some of these things like a lot less interesting because people feel like the need to play a certain way because of how other people just like act about it online, right? And I always find that like pretty sad. Someone might not enjoy Dark Souls or the Soul series because they don't like playing the way that I'm playing, right? They don't like running around with a big sword or with a shield or something. But they would enjoy it a lot more if they could use magic. But the internet's going to be like a huge fucking dick to them if they use magic, so they're not going to. Yeah, we need light roll. This boss is an absolute dickhead. I love Sen's Fortress. It's my favorite level in the game. I don't even mind Iron Golem. I like that he's got a little bit of cheese you can use against him. But I hate the fact that he can pick you up and throw you off the fucking map. Yeah, thank you for demonstrating that. I don't remember which knee you hit. I'm gonna hit both. That grab hitbox is also gigantic, so you gotta be careful. Yeah, so you can make him, if you make him fall off at the right angle, he'll fall off the bridge. Which is good. I like that you can cheese him back, but I would rather him just not be able to throw me off the bridge. But there it is. I mean, listen, that's a type of difficulty, right? That's annoying and shitty, and it's slightly different. No, it kind of is just dodging, but it is dodging in a different way. Oh, forgot about that move. Listen, I simply just saw an animation and rolled. And down he goes, right? Yep. The power of all-out attacking. It's a powerful one. Anyway, we're not done yet. We gotta go collect some stuff. Some Titanite shards and a ring. Be very useful. Be very useful indeed. Do I make that jump? I'm not gonna risk it. Yeah, we're gonna go down there and kill that Steel Knight and then go kill Rickard. Or whatever his name is. I can't remember if Rickard is him or if Rickard's the blacksmith. Yeah. I would say this is about the halfway point just because the second half of the game is so short. I would always break this into 3 sections. Dark Souls into 3 sections. We have up to the start of the game, up to Sen's Fortress, Anor Londo, and everything after Anor Londo. Yeah, everything after Anor Londo is pretty. Well, I don't know. The Duke's Archive, I think, is good for them. Not just for the most part, for the entirety of it. I think the Duke's Archives is very cool. But everything after the Duke's Archives, I think, is pretty lame. I don't think it's particularly interesting. It's very short. It's very short. Anyway, I think, like, if anyone's still here, you'll probably end up seeing a lot of, oh yeah, we definitely, you ever want to fight this guy on the stairs. Whew, sorry, I had like a zillion thoughts go through my head and I froze. Yeah. I personally like the first half of Dark Souls the most. I have a ton of memories of this like entire game, right? Like that's why it really sticks with me. I personally think the reason the first half of Dark Souls always feels, so much better to me than the second half is because, or the second half plus Anne Orlando, is because the entire world is connected, right? So, like, I've been homeward bone teleporting, but they give you a very limited number of homeward bones. And then also, as you probably noticed, I am, like, sprinting through this game. And not even by, like, skipping stuff, really, you know, for the most part, I'm killing everything that I can get my hands on. Uh, and so I think it's cool that you have like all this interconnectivity in the world and that you have to walk through it and you make these big journeys, right? Like I remember it was such a huge journey to get down to what's it called? Blight Town. I kept wanting to call it Goblin Town. I knew that was wrong. Um, and I like that a lot. I think, traversing to something like Darkroot Garden into Darkroot Basin is also really cool, and how it like connects to Undeadburg and how you like get to see all these levels connect, not just by like looking out onto a horizon, but you actually run through all of them. I definitely think the game is better because it's all interconnected. And once you kind of get to this part of the game where it's not really connected anymore, it starts to feel a lot more like levels and a lot less like a world. Granted, and I want to be very clear, it starts to feel like that on not your first playthrough. Because like certain bonfires lead to certain sections, then you kind of go back to your own bonfire. You have your hub bonfire, Firelink Shrine. But then, when you kind of play another game, I think of like every other game except for even Elden Ring. They all have hubs you go to, which feel completely disconnected, for at least to me, from the world, or not as connected as Firelink Shrine does. And I definitely think one of the bigger or one of the other aspects to all this is they when you sit down at a bonfire, right, it basically they show you kind of like chronological order, like the bonfires you've been to and where to go next, and it feels a lot more like you're going in order, like, oh, here, 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 here. So it feels very linear. There's some pretty big technicalities that Dark Souls 1 isn't linear. At the same time, it does have a bottleneck, right? So technically, Dark Souls 1 is, not very linear in that when you start the game, after you leave the Undead Asylum, you can do what? You can fight the Taros Demon. If you have the Master Key, you can fight the Taros Demon first, the Capra Demon first, the Moonlight Butterfly first. You can fight the Stray Demon. You can go right back and just fight the Stray Demon. You can fight Pinwheel. Oh, and you can fight Quelag. Right? Like, maybe there's a couple others that I'm missing, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Oh my god, you asshat. And so, I think that's pretty cool. You are required to ring both bells of awakening, but you're not required to ring one before the other, right? Like, you can go down to Blighttown and ring that one before you can ring Quellags before you ring the Gargoyles. That's entirely possible. And I think that's very fair, right? Like that you can do that. Or, when you get to, let's say, after Anne Orlando, right? Yeah, after Anne Orlando, you can do any of the Lord Souls in any order that you want. In fact, you can even get the Four Kings before you even come to Anor Londo, and you're rewarded with some bonuses. You know, you get to speak to Darkstalker Koth or Kaith or whatever. You know, you get to fight. You get to talk to a, you know, primordial serpent. That's pretty cool that they reward you like that. I think that's a pretty cool thing. Ultimately, though, I think it's kind of like interesting and neat, but you don't really get that type of level of freedom in some of the other Souls games. You're pretty restricted in how you go about doing things. Granted. Elden Ring is a little bit different because you only need. Oh, I'm fucking up right now. Hold on. So is he though? Let me switch to Lightning Spear. I do not want to fall off these rafters. That would be very cringe. Be very cringe of me to do. Usually I can get these guys to kill themselves, but sometimes, you know, sometimes they're a little stubborn. I'm trying to get a... Oh. Okay, all right. And then we gotta switch to the Claymore. I don't remember what I was talking about, man. Elden Ring does what? Oh, not being as linear. Yeah. So I like that direction of Elden Ring. Again, I don't think Dark Souls 1 is like the pinnacle. Well, I do think it's the but you know what I mean? Like, I think that other games do other things better than Dark Souls 1 does, for sure. I just happen to like the things. I think Dark Souls 1 does some of the stuff the best. And those are the things I happen to like, right? I like how interconnected the world is, right? If you could say that Elden Ring is like that too, but I mean Dark Souls is all legacy dungeons. Oh, excuse you. And so I don't have to bother running through stuff. Listen, I am a massive open world hater. But I you know, there's plenty of things. I think personally what I like the most about Elden Ring is how the bosses all have these like gap closers and they're like really aggressive when it comes to long range. I think for a very long time, if not the entirety of From Software's catalog, all right, just like complete pause, I'm going to have to be a complete and total sham. Well, I don't have to be a complete and total sham. I don't have to be. Oh, no, I do. I really should be a complete and total sham. I gotta sprint through these guys. I can do it. It's just, it's gonna be very long and boring. Yeah. It's just not worth it, man. There's such a high probability my ass is gonna die, and then, like, why are we doing it all over again? You know what I mean? Whoop. Okay. Let me put a pin in this, whatever I was talking about. Oh, Elden Ring bosses against spellcasters. I'll remember it. Dude, I have not parried since, like, the Black Knight at the start of the game. Okay. God, I've people are gonna be really annoying about this. I can do that on the original version too. So they nerfed that in this version of the game. In the old version, the other archer was in a different position, and he could still shoot you while you were there trying to parry that guy. Anyway, so like, I think that's pretty cool in how they're able to nerf magic in that they have a lot of the bosses have these big quick gap closers in Elden Rings. They're able to like really get up there. I remember not being okay with it when I was playing Elden Ring because I don't normally use magic, right? And so it was really frustrating walking in there with my sword and shield and just getting absolutely dusted because I'm not used to the enemies moving around so fast or whatever, and having like all these gap closers whenever I'd run away to try and like generate space to like heal or something. It felt very oppressive. I ended up getting used to it, but I think that's a pretty good decision. Though granted, I like that that's how they handled that problem of magic always being the easiest answer, right? To situations. You could still say magic is easier than doing melee. I'm not here to argue that or argue against it, right? But certainly magic is harder to get away with in Elden Ring than it is in, say, Dark Souls 1 here. Dark Souls 1, you can use magic and you're going to be pretty good. It's going to be really hard to punish someone using magic. Pyromancers and spellcasting and wizard stuff, like that's always going to be really good and really powerful. But it's exceptionally powerful in this game where the bosses just are not equipped to punish you. Which I think is fine, but I do like I like it more in Elden Ring. Because I think some people, myself included, like want a challenge or want it to be a little bit more challenging, don't want to get it away. Like, I don't want to use magic and have magic be a free win, right? But there's so much cool magic and so many cool abilities in Elden Ring that I'm happy that magic doesn't really feel like a free win, at least to me. So you're able to use some of this really cool stuff. I think you definitely want magic to be viable, to be useful, but you don't want it to like make the game a joke, right? You want magic to be viable and useful, and so I'm glad that they balance that by making bosses like a lot more aggressive to people that use spell casting. They use int or faith or whatever, spell slots, whatever the term is. I think that's cool. I think that's really good. Sorry if you can like hear me drink. I have I have no way of controlling this. God, I remember having to summon Solaire too, so I'd clean out the entire room. Actually, cleaning out the entire room here isn't a bad thing necessarily because they have a chance of dropping Titanite chunks, which are pretty valuable, as you're gonna see. Okay, I need 3 large Titanite shards. What do I need? 21? I don't remember. I'm going to buy 18 of these. All right. So reinforced weapon. Claymore plus 10. All right. Reinforced armor. Elite Knight helmet. Elite Knight helmet. Elite Knight helmet. Okay. Elite Knight armor. Elite Knight armor. Elite Knight armor. Okay. Elite Knight gauntlet. Oh. I didn't count. Okay. Purchase item. 6. Holy Night Legs. Holy Night Legs. Holy Night Legs. Okay. Am I missing anything else? I don't think so. What else can I purchase? No, I'm not missing anything. All right. We're all pretty heavily geared up here, I'd say. All right. I guess I could upgrade the shield. You know what? Let me go upgrade my shield. Sorry, I don't mean to waste time. But a better shield would be nice. Ornstein Smoke suck. They're up there. If you don't count Beta Chaos, if you don't count Lost Izalith or the Demon Ruins, then I think Ornstein and Smough are up there as being some particularly insufferable bosses. They're going to do a lot of bullshit that I never think is acceptable, right? So, like, they attack you when you're trying to heal. They don't attack you when you're at full HP and you're not, like, really worried about anything. They're particularly good. They're particularly smart bosses, which does make the boss fight memorable. It does make the boss fight very powerful, like, because the enemies are so powerful, they're so scary. It makes the boss fight, you know, also pretty intimidating. At the same time, it makes it really fucking boring. I'm going to be sitting around waiting for an opening, and sometimes their asses are just not going to have an opening, right? They're going to just be hiding in the back, not doing anything, and it's going to be real cringe. And that's how it goes, man. Which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Yeah, all right. I'm going to be popping all of my hard souls. And then I have more stuff to talk about. One of these things I have like a specific time I want to talk about it, which will be soon, to be fair. This will be soon. It will be post Anne Orlando. You know, I got things I gotta do. One of these things is leveling up for sure. Is it time to level up my Is it time to level up my stamina? I don't think so. Okay. All right. We're good. Let me put the humanity here in case I need to heal. Still not a one hit. Always disappointing. Woo. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else I want to talk about before I get there. I don't know, man. I always find it really annoying that, like, there has to be discourse. Like, why can't we just like Souls games? And I think it's because people feel very passionate about these games that they want them to, like, be experienced in a way that they deem to be proper. That's like not disgracing them, if that makes sense, right? Well, if you're gonna play a Souls game, you should play it, you know, in the best way possible. You know, out of fear, maybe, that if you were to play a Dark Souls game in an inferior way, you would have an inferior experience and therefore not love this game as much as, you know, a real connoisseur does, right? I think it's that fear that probably leads to people, you know, projecting maybe a little bit in how to play the game. I fucking hate you, Ornstein. I hate you so goddamn much. Yeah, I am so glad he held that attack for long enough for me to do a heal. I need a... Yeah, hey Ornstein, you want to come attack me? No, of course not. You guys can't see it. I am mashing to move my camera so I can see Smo. This is one of the worst parts about this boss fight. For sure, they, for some reason, you cannot switch between these two easily. I do not know why. You definitely saw me earlier, getting really annoyed because I'm was accidentally targeting other things. I cannot target Smo right now. And I think that's so whack. I mean, that's a huge problem with this game, is why can I not just target them with a flick? Yeah, like, oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah. And he gets so many moves after his move. It is always Ornstein's turn, which is very upsetting. Right? Yeah, I don't really agree with people when they say that this is a good boss. I find this boss fight to be extremely, extremely ass. I mean, it's memorable because it's so hard. So he actually can save that that dash he did. So he starts dashing, and then he doesn't have to end it with an attack. You can see now that Ornstein's hiding behind Smo. This is very good AI. And it's led to it just being, like, really boring, right? He's got a lot of attacks he can cancel into other attacks at any point in time, which he just did there. Okay. Okay, come on. I personally think this is the easier fight by like a massive country mile. If only because killing Smo first is so much more annoying. Alright, so we really wanted the choo-choo train move coming from the dragon. We want anything but... Well, actually, this move also sucks. He's doing it again. Yeah. Okay. Heal through that. Sorry, I'm trying not to die. I should be better at commentating than I am. Ugh, that was not a good roll. Okay. So, like, one-on-one, they're totally fine. But as a unit, dude, they fucking blow. They are so slow. You, like, have to, like, really create your own openings. It's very, very frustrating. I would say. They are not a good boss, for sure. And if you watch that and went, oh, they don't seem that hard, I'm promising you that I have killed them over 100 times, probably over 200 times. I have played a lot of this game, and I'm not very great at it, but like I have tons of experience. Those guys suck. They are not very good. We have to kneel now. All right, all right. Let's see. I want to talk about... I'm not entering the covenant. No, thank you. Yeah, whatever. I got work I gotta do. First things first. Firelink Shrine. Firelink Shrine. This is correct, right? I am being correct and smart. I am being correct and smart. Oh, I do not remember how many Titanite chunks I need. Oh, I don't remember how many Titanite chunks I need. Oh, no. 1. 2. 7? I believe I need 7. Normally, you get, like, another one from that fucking crystal serpent, but his ass didn't give me shit. So... we're going up here. And we're going to really upgrade a lot of this stuff. What am I missing? I know what I'm missing. Okay. We're going to do the Duke Archives first, but before then, we're going right back to... we're going to get a plus 15 sword. So we're going to New Londo Ruins. Like I said, I'm not really talking too much about the actual game Dark Souls. I'm going to be talking a lot more about... I guess this is less interesting. You know, I'm sorry to be so self-reflective now. But I feel like there's no meta commentary on like the Dark Souls discourse that just is always happening. And, oh, you're the S stock. Oh, the vase. The vase has the, yeah, the little jar. Do you think, like, these guys in jars were, like, the inspiration for the jar men in, Elden Ring? Like, I wonder where that comes from. Maybe there's, like, a Vadi video about that. Oh, okay. Before I get to who I want to talk to, we can talk about Vadi video. Yeah. This would be good. This would be good. No. Well, that's kind of related to this other thing I wanted to talk about. All right. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Instead, we can talk about another content creator. Don't worry. I have nothing negative to say about Vadi video. Probably. It might be construed as negative, but I don't think that. I think he's great. I love his videos. Gotta get this Firekeeper soul. Look at this, man. I'm walking around with a +1 Firekeeper soul this entire time. Okay. Transient curse. So, on Twitter, it might have been over a year ago. This is really when I started thinking about making a video like this. You know, maybe with like more thought and effort put into it. But it's basically when I was like, I want to talk about Dark Souls because I hate the public perception of this series so much. I talked about this tweet a little bit ago, and by a little bit ago, probably like 2 hours ago. I don't know. Just more stamina, more stamina. Thank you. Is that it? We get them all? Yeah, we got them all. Fucking nightmare-ass room, dude. So, I'm a big fan of Matthew Matosis. He's like my inspiration to make YouTube videos. I think he's great. Not infallible, but he is my favorite, right? Hopefully that is something that tracks to people, right? Like if I was to say, this thing is my favorite. That doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong with it. It simply means that it's my favorite. Matthew Matosis, I don't agree with everything he says, but I really like his videos. They're my favorite videos. So, with that said, if you haven't seen any of his stuff, I think that's fair. And if you don't like his stuff, I also think that that is fair. But this guy had tweeted out, the tweet is something along the lines of, I have to heal, because I tanked this room very hard. I did not play this room very well. Nope. There's another one left. There's always another one. So someone had tweeted something out along the lines, a clip of a Matthew Matosis video. God, so fucking stupid. This is so dumb. Am I just getting juggled right now? Like, what's happening? Okay, alrighty. We done? We like okay? Okay. So some dude tweeted out, he not tweeted out, am I getting juggled? What's happening? I'm sure someone has tweeted that out before. But this guy, had tweeted out a clip from Matthew Matosis. I believe it's like a 22-minute long video called like The Lost Art of Demon Souls, I want to say. And the guy tweeted out, apart from his Devil May Cry video, this video is Matthew Matosis's magnum opus. And then maybe he had another sentence used to say. And it played the ending of a 22-minute video. And I feel like that's very much worth considering, that it's the ending of the video. I feel like that's also important. And in the ending of the video, Matt's conclusion, some would argue that he spent 20 minutes building up to and explaining. He ends up saying some of the stuff I've been lamenting, right? And this video came out before Elden Ring came out, right? Like, Matt doesn't make videos anymore. And the thing that he was lamenting, right, is stuff like, it seems that the direction that From Software is going in is, not the direction he likes to see, right? More heavily focused on, reaction mechanical stuff like boss fights or whatever. I don't remember him saying that one specifically, but he says something along those lines. He says, I wish that they would introduce cooler and more interesting abilities or ways to do PvP instead of just focusing on, their current PvP system, which is a laggy backstab festival. That they bring back more punishment and consequences into like your actions, and you can't just like do every quest, or that you're locked into your build. You don't have to you don't have someone that respects your talent trees, right? Like, your things have like more meaning because they have more consequence, stuff like that. And I didn't find that tweet. I found someone retweeting that tweet, and that was the person who was like, everything this guy said is so fucking wrong. It couldn't be more wrong. I mean, Elden Ring is the first From Software game to have a tutorial. And I got a little distracted because we were just getting started. But every fucking From Software game has a tutorial. What an absolute lunacy thing to, like a lunacy thing to tweet. A lunatic thing to tweet? A loony thing to tweet? I don't know how to put loon in that. Don't grab that. That's always bait from this guy. Anyway. Just like chant with me, right? Like Titan Knight Chunk, Titan Knight Chunk, Titan Knight Chunk. That's why we're down here. They drop Titan Knight Chunks. It's fucking disrespectful down to the core. And so, like, to really go through, like, one, I would say that his entire video, talks about sort of why, like, what these games do, kind of like what made them different than other games, what those differences can mean, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to like all those differences, right? One of those differences that, Demon Souls and Dark Souls kind of does that some of these other games don't do is they don't, you know, they have much more limited checkpoints with the with when you can warp, when you can teleport around, right? And for me, like, that's a selling point for these games. You know, but, you know, for other people, for many other people, that's not a selling point. Oh, did I get fucking gooed on, bro? Ah, these things are the worst. Yep, I am now poisoned. I now roll worse. God, that damn, dude, these guys suck. That move sucks. All right, down you go. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I had to like focus. But you know, I think that's kind of like the point of his video. He talks very highly of Bloodborne. He talks about like some of the things that made Demon Souls special, and you know, he talks about gimmick bosses, and once you start removing gimmick bosses, because gimmick bosses aren't particularly fun, especially on a second playthrough. Am I dumb and cringe and stupid? Many people have said this, and I am starting to believe them. How do I get over there? I go this way, right? Yes, yes. Yes. Um, and so, you know, it's kind of the point of this video. And, you know, some of the stuff he starts naming, you know, and at the end, he talks about things that he's like kind of afraid of. Like, oh, if you like, let's take the whole PvP thing into consideration. His example was Mimic, you know, being able to, that Mimic is a really cool way to incorporate PvP. You can mimic somebody or mimic an item or whatever, and in mimicking that item, you know, you can then hide and like kind of lure, you know, trick enemies into going where you are or lure them out or something. That's pretty cool, right? I think it's pretty cool. Um, and so, like, that's like an interesting thing to do. And instead of having more interesting spells or abilities that play around with certain things, they tend to be, you know, they're still cool in Elden Ring, but they are a lot more, you know, limited because they have to balance around PvP. And that's absolutely what happened, right? They had that Asha War where you stomp the ground, right? And it made ice spikes. And they nerfed it. If you remember in Elden Ring, or if you don't, whatever, I'm telling you, they nerfed a bunch of stuff in Elden Ring. And a lot of people were mad because they don't even PvP. And now some of the stuff that they like to use is getting nerfed because of PvP balance. And you got to think that that feels pretty bad, right? Let's say that you have just like a spell or an ability that you think is very fun to use, and all of a sudden it maybe doesn't do what you want it to do anymore because, you know, From Software's shitty PvP. And listen, I don't think that's being very brazen. I don't think it has noticeably well liked or well received PvP. Needs to be more balanced. But that's like, I don't want to get too into the nitty gritty, but I think that that's a very accurate, you know, assessment in that, you know, single player, you know, aspects of the single player are in fact, is this guy going to show up? Is he going to walk around the souls? This, whatever this thing is called? Alright, he's not. Alright, gotta get that shield up, get that stamina back, get that stamina back, get that stamina back. Alrighty. Can't forget about the ghosts in the background. Okay. No Titanite chunks, huh? No Titanite chunks, eh? That's extremely, extremely disappointing. 5? I need 2 more? Is there a way I can get 2 more Titanite? Do I need 2 more? First of all, that's the question. That I actually don't have an answer to. I feel like I need 7. I feel like it goes 1, 1, 2, 3. Which would be 7. But it might be 1, 2, 3. Which means I need 6. And I really don't want to farm Titanite chunks. So... fuck me, man. Sucks. Okay. Right, but so anyway, so I thought that was like a pretty good point that he made, and like I definitely also found, you know, the other point to be equally true in terms of you your consequences, or there's less and less consequences, right? Like take Elden Ring, right? The latest game, you know, a very very good game, but you can just do every single quest and nothing happens. You're not locked out of something else if you do a quest, or if you don't do a quest. If you do every, you know, you can do every quest. They even show it to you on the map. And at the end of the game, it just gives you a prompt. It's like, what ending do you want? You know, to me, it feels very meaningless because let's say if you were to do Ronnie's quest, after you do all the stuff for Ronnie and become her consort, you can still just pick to be the fucking Golden Emperor or whatever. Claymore plus 11. Alright, I have 4. Yeah, it definitely... I need 2 more. Alright, so instead of grinding, I'm going to go get 2... I'm going to go get 2 guaranteed... I'm gonna go get 2 guaranteed Titanite chunks. So the giants in here, they drop Titanite chunks. I'm gonna go kill 2 of them. I wonder if I have enough HP to kill one of them, to get to one of them. I wonder. You know, I get why you can respec in some of these games, right? Like even like Elden Ring is a very long game. It's the longest From Software game, right? It's the longest FromSoft game. And they have tons of different abilities and all this shit you can do. But games like Demon Souls are pretty short. Games like Dark Souls are pretty short. So it makes, you know... Excuse me. No, thank you. So it makes sense why you can't respec in these games, even though this game again took me 50 hours in a first playthrough. I think being committed sort of to your build, you end up with a character that's kind of yours. You know, you made it. Your mistakes are there. Your you know, your triumphs are there in terms of like how your character plays and what your character, you know, looks like and what their stats look like. Right? I put a ton of points into resilience or resistance, whatever it's called in this game, like the absolute dog shit stat. because I thought being like having poison resistance was going to be really useful. You know, but then like respecking kind of takes that away, you know. It becomes a little bit more optimized. It makes your character a little bit less of like a role play character and a little bit more of like a mid-maxing character for everybody. And I know like and listen, I agree with the rebuttal argument here, folks, right? Like the rebuttal argument's a very good one. It's well, it allows you to try different builds. You don't have to play the game all over again to do something different. And I think that's fine, but I also think it made people's journeys a lot less unique. I think some people I think what always made I think what makes video games so cool to me is the fact that they can be completely different and they're individual, right? But it does come to like some sort of weird thing. I don't know how to really describe it accurately while also dodging murder pendulums. All right. Yeah, whatever. I'll get to that later. Um, where am I? What am I trying to articulate? Oh, unique experiences. Because like I think it shows you something about like what a successful build looks like, what an unsuccessful build looks like, or something like that. You know, you might see. Where the fuck is this boulder? Where is the boulder? Why did it not turn? Huh. Trust me, this is faster than running back down to New Londo and hunting for Titanite chunks. It's just, unfortunately, what we gotta do. Um, and I think like your mistakes or just like the builds and things you find, I think can make like a more unique experience. Like you can be locked out of an ending, so you get like a different ending instead, or you can be, like oh you didn't talk to Ronnie, so you don't get Ronnie's quest, right? And I think a lot of people like me value people getting unique experiences. Like, oh, I did this on my playthrough, or oh, you did that on your playthrough. Like, I, when I play a From Software game, I don't look anything up. I don't know anything about the game before I play it. And that's just the way that I play, right? And I find and figure things out all on my own. And like what I do is, what I do, and I never find every secret or even like optional boss or things like that. There's plenty of things I don't know. When I played Elden Ring, I never had a what was it, an arch rune, a lord rune? What would it be called? I never had it activated because I never got into a tower. I just never did it. And so because I never got into one of those towers, I never how do I get over there? Many people have been wondering, and I don't remember how. Right? And I think that's like that's a unique thing that like I went through this game not knowing this, or I went through this game not fighting this. When I played Dark Souls for the first time, I didn't know about Dark Sun Gwendolyn. I didn't fucking fight him. Oh, I just jump off of this, do I? Hello, my lord. Alright, that should be a Titanite chunk. I can go home. Oh, no. Oh, you know why he doesn't drop a Titanite chunk? Fuck. Because he respawns. He's the only one that respawns. I forgot. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. Is this worth it? Yeah, I can... Oh my god. I just have to dodge 2 rows. Pendulums. Fuck. I don't remember where else to get Titanite chunks. I'm so defeated. Truly. Do I gotta go back to New Londo fucking ruins, dude? That sucks. That can't be. I don't remember. It's been too long, and I've never gone through New Londo without one Titanite chunk drop. Or the fucking visible, stupid crystal lizard giving me twinkling Titanite, motherfucker. Goddamn, dude, that sucks. That sucks. Goddamn. What are we at? Fuck. Should be breezing through this section. Oh, they just play the cutscene again? Huh, I didn't know that. I guess that makes sense. They can't just... they could dip you to black. I wouldn't care, but whatever. I give this game a lot of leeway anyway. Ah, it's so annoying. Alright. Let's go do... Let's go to fucking Firelink Shrine again. God damn it. That sucks. Alright. We're running it back. That is fair. Dude, what was I even talking about? Sorry, that giant not drop. Me forgetting that giant didn't drop one, like, really fucked me up. Tag out, and we get a new drink. Water this time. Huh. Anyway, I think it's one of those things to, like, really, you know, you find a way that, like, there's something you care about. Like, let's say you don't give a shit about Demon Souls or Dark Souls, but you really like Bloodborne, you really like Elden Ring, you like Dark Souls 2, you like Dark Souls 3, whatever. You like one of the newer ones. I think there's definitely something in it that when these discussions about pretty much anything nowadays, but, like, let's just stick to Dark Souls. When these games come up, people tend to get really defensive and offensive about their about these games, right? Like, oh man, I wish things are more like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2's dog shit or whatever. Or, like, you know, here's all the bad things about Bloodborne or what have you. And, you know, I'm definitely guilty of being part of that, like, conversation on some level as well. I gotta be missing something, really. God. Is it just this one hidden door? Man, I really... Sucks. Yeah, my ass needs one fucking Titanite chunk. Here I come. I'm trying not to fight two Dark Greats at the same time. They deal a lot of damage. I'm not parrying them because I don't think it's worth the risk to parry them. Because again, if I mess up, they will kill me. I have 700 HP. Whoa, watch it. I need my humanity. Titanite slab. Okay, that's fucking crazy. Oh, I have to get back up. Don't I? That's not true. Here comes the other guy. Here comes the other guy. Yeah, I don't want to get grabbed. Do you just have a Titanite chunk? Do I not need to feed a Titanite slab? Nope, Dark Hand. Okay, well, literally everything but their most common thing that they drop. That's fucking crazy, dude. No, 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 no fighting the Four Kings. Take the elevator? Is this the best way back? It's got to be better than going through the Valley of the Drakes, right? Surely. Surely this is the best way back. Oh, wait. Oh, man. I can't believe it. Does that get me over there? I need to be over there. Okay. Good. Alright, we're back at the beginning. Okay. Alright. This fucking however long this stupid detour was. Now we can go upgrade my sword to plus 15. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Holy. What a trip. Okay. So, yeah, you know, I think, where were we? Like, I think that people can get pretty defensive and offensive when talking about this series, if only specifically because, you know, it's like a lament, right? Like, I wish the newer games kept the stuff that I liked from these games, but instead they seem to be going into a different direction. A direction that a lot of people really enjoy, but I personally don't. And I see a lot of merit in keeping things like not warping from the beginning. One of my friends who's like way better at playing FromSoft games than I am. She's really, really good. She had never played Dark Souls 1 before, and she was complaining her criticisms of Dark Souls 1 that it's like really annoying that you can't warp. Oh, I have to feed Framp the Titanite slab. He's gonna make me put the fucking thing down. I forgot. I have to feed him the Titanite slab. So you can just drop down into the hole without ever talking to him. But again, I I need him to eat. Just like real quick, let me make sure that I have 2 Titanite slabs, and I need 1 more Titanite chunk. Yeah. And so for me, I understand that like YouTube video, right? One, I watched it, right? Like I watched the YouTube video, so I understand like what he's getting at and the points that were being made. And I didn't just like watch the last few minutes. Yeah, man, this version's real buggy. The whole mustache doesn't even drop down. Disappointing. You know what I mean? There's a lot of bugs happening with this version. I wonder why. I wonder why, man. I wonder if you can play these games online yet. I'm playing in offline mode because I don't need to summon. Alright. It is urgent. Alright. So now I should have 1 Titanite slab. Okay. And I think he gave me a couple more Titanite chunks. He gave me 2 instead of 1. Yeah, this is what happens. I can never be a streamer, man. I tried streaming for like a year or 2. And playing games for such a long period of time is just absolutely brutal. You think it wouldn't be, right? Like, I love games, you can game on your own, but when you have to like kind of entertain while also gaming, like, you know, you have to say something that's not like dumb. You have to like really be there and invested in like the words coming out of your mouth. It can be a lot. And then you gotta like be streaming for a really long period of time with no like real breaks, right? As you all have surely seen, I'm not taking any breaks right now, right? So, I did a little bit of an oopsie whoopsie, but it's okay. We have the Soul of Smo, which I believe is 20k, 25k. Not even close. Damn, dude, Smo ain't worth fucking shit. All right, is that key to the Artorias key 20k? So I'm actually done my like build, right? Crest of Artorias. Yeah, it's 20k. I'm actually done, right? So like my weapon can't be upgraded any higher. I'm not gonna get any more large Titanite shards or anything, so my armor's not getting any like more upgraded. And I'm not wielding a different weapon, right? Or a different weapon or shield. This is everything I'm wearing now. I'm wearing to the end of time. So I'm going to go fight Sith. Sith? I'm going to go fight Sith. I'm not going to go fight the Sith, unfortunately. No Star Wars here today. Maybe try and get a glowing purple moss, right? Deep purple moss. Is that what it's called? The one that removes toxic? That could be good for Nito, in case he's a dick. I have a lot to talk about with Sith. So I will get my Purple moss. Nope. Shit. That sucks. Well, hopefully I don't get toxicked. I have a lot to talk about Sif. Yes, I do. There's a lot of conversation. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna talk about Sif before the boss fight, during the boss fight, and then post boss fight, right? So let's get started. I remember like my friend. I forget. We were talking about like boss fights or something, and I do skip these guys. They are very annoying. If I could, I mean, I guess I don't want to be hypocritical, but normally I do skip them because they are extremely annoying, and there's so many of them. How dare you? You know what I mean? Like, oh, accidentally aggroed the other guy too. They're a lot more fierce when they all fight together. That's absurd, actually. Okay. Are we done? I know some of my friends who had played this game, they had farmed here. Hello, we're not talking to the cat. I'm not joining the Forest Hunters Covenant. We gotta, like, you know, we gotta get through the game, men. We're not fighting the surprisingly very strong mushroom men. We're gonna leave them alone. Let them have their ways. Guard their, oh, what are they guarding? It's an ember. I think it's for magic. Because it's not crystal. I don't remember. Anyway, so I remember this was years ago, but my friend, we were having a conversation with a bunch of people, and my one friend was talking about how, you know, like bosses or whatever. And then I said what my favorite boss was. And my favorite boss in all of the Souls franchise is this pooch right here. I love Sif. He's my favorite boss. I have a lot of reasons why Sif is my favorite boss. But my friend's rebuttal is not one of them. My friend goes, Sif's your favorite? He's so easy. And to be clear, technically you can fight Sif at the start of the game. In fact, if you farm souls, he can be the first boss that you fight. Normally by the time where you fight this wolf, you're pretty overpowered. Particularly, he's like equivalent to Pinwheel in that regard. That he's just like, because he's optional, you can fight him at a different, you know, you can fight him when you're like just unfortunately too strong. I mean, he still hurts if he hits you, right? But if he doesn't hit you, you know what I mean, then this guy's just a little bit too weak, right? Like, that move is devastating. Is he going to do limping? Yeah. I personally think Sif looks really cool. I really like wolves. I think the sword in the mouth is very cool. I like this. This is very cool. You know, it's a very sad thing. You're not supposed to feel good about fighting Sif, and I think this is a really good boss fight in terms of it. You know, it looks very visually cool. It's a, you know, the sword graveyard of Artorias. You know, you're fighting this like hero, the dog. You're not fighting a villain. Sif isn't bad. He's good. He's like objectively a good guy. He's a hero. And I think that's really cool. I think there's so much to like about it. But my friend, you know, his argument was Sif can't be someone's favorite boss fight because it's so easy. Like, oh my god, what a bad boss fight you picked for your favorite because Sif is so easy. And like, I knew his favorite boss fight was Nito, and I have like basically never died to Nito. I've died to Nito one time during a stream when I said I never died to Nito. Real comedic timing there. But like, I don't think the difficulty of a boss determines the quality of one. And I've never thought that to be the case. If you never talk to this guy, by the way, he never goes hollow. So if you always leave him alone, he'll always live. So just think about that if you ever play the game. Never talk to him. Anne Orlando. We gotta go to the Duke's Archives. So, for me, personally, I always thought Sif was a really cool boss, even though he's easy, and he's unfortunately, not even unfortunately, I don't really care about the difficulty of Sif. I've died to Sif, but I've died to everything in this game. I've died to these two guys, I've died to the Mimic behind them, I've died to this guy. I have played a lot of this game, and when you play a lot of a game, you die to everything in it. It's silly, it's not silly, like this boar coming up, I remember beating the Beta Chaos for the first time without dying, and then I came here and died to the boar. I was physically ill. I was so crushed and distraught. Because, like, the Beta Chaos, I think, is the hardest part of the game to get through without dying. I think it's a giant piece of shit. And so, like, to get through it and then deal with this and then die to this stupid fucking idiot, oh my god. Heartbroken. Well. Excuse you? Did he just step on me while I was on the ground? Is that what happened? Yeah, I knew that was coming. No stagger, huh? Felt like I would have had one. Okay, well, we got another boar to go. 3 in the entire game. We killed 2. Time to kill this last one. This one, the last 2 do not have, or they have butt armor. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it definitely feels like when you play patient like you play patient in these games, you get punished as opposed to just mashing the attack button, which I'm going to be doing. Yeah. That would drop like the boar's head or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So I really wanted to talk about that Sif cutscene, right? So we saw that Sif cutscene. We saw that Sif, like, looked at me, growled, pulled out his sword, attacked, right? So I love Matthew Matosis. Favorite YouTuber. One of my other favorite YouTubers is a guy named Noah Codwell Gervais. He's great. And he made a couple videos about the From Software Souls series. Pin? This room sucks. Back to what we were talking about. Oh my god, it did not. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, he made a video about that. And it got me thinking a lot. Because in that video, while I was destroying the Elden Ring DLC, yeah, these guys, particularly if they get buffed, they're gonna own me. They're gonna one-shot me. Yeah, they're not buffed. I'm gonna top myself off. So he made a video, and I'm rewatching a bunch of Dark Souls videos. Because I'm playing through the Elden Ring DLC and having an absolute blast. I cannot believe he shot me through the pillar. And he gets to this, he gets to the Sif cutscene, right? And Noah explains that he went through Dark Souls the first time, right? Beat the game, and then I guess realized there was DLC he missed or something. And so he goes through the DLC on New Game Plus, I believe. I believe that is what happens. And so, you know, he either gets to the end and then does New Game Plus, or he gets the end and then does the DLC, or he does the DLC on New Game Plus, but he does it the same way that I just described anyway. And so he's talking about how he doesn't watch any YouTube videos about Dark Souls. He doesn't care about other people's interpretation of the lore because his interpretation of the lore is what matters, and he gets a lot of joy and fulfillment out of putting the pieces together. Makes a lot of sense, right? The reason I'm focusing on this DLC thing is because he talks about how in the DLC, which we won't be doing, that you can rescue Sif, right? You kill Artorias because Artorias has fallen into the abyss in the DLC, and you kill Sif, right? Because you go back in time, or you don't kill Sif. You go back in time, you kill Artorias, and you can rescue Sif, and even summon him for the boss fight against Manus. Also, fuck that guy. And so, and so that's what he talks about. And then he says something that I find pretty peculiar, right? He talks about, so yes, after you go into the DLC and you kill Artorias, when you come back, you still have to kill Sif. In fact, it puts it into a whole new context. Sif is mad. You know, he wants revenge. He's going to kill the person who killed his mentor and master, right? Who killed his friend. If he had watched a video about Dark Souls prior to making his own, he would have known that Sif, and very specifically and exclusively Dark Souls 1, I believe Dark Souls 1 is the only game in the series that does this, Sif can have 2 cutscenes. One of those cutscenes is the normal one, without doing the DLC. But if you do the DLC, and if you save Sif in the DLC, that still gives... Oh, alright, interesting. Okay. And if you save Sif in the DLC, then you get a different cutscene, right? You get a different cutscene. One where Sif recognizes you and like whines. He like whimpers. He begrudgingly has to fight you. Now this isn't news to anybody, you know, who's watching these videos, right? But I found it really interesting because my first reaction to hearing that was, wow, this guy Noah is so wrong. He's so incorrect about the lore. I mean, it's just in the game text, right? We know Sif is not mad at you for being the person that kills Artorias. He knows that he recognizes you and is sad that he has to fight you. Because again, he's there to stop people from going into the abyss. That's like his job. It's like his last thing he had to do. So you know that Noah's interpretation is wrong. Just like with the text in the game, we know it's wrong. And that got me thinking a lot. And this is why it got me thinking, right? Wow, humanity, Pisako. Wow. Is when I was playing Elden Ring DLC, I had come across, I think it's called the Village of Shamans. And dodge the grab. All right. I come across the Village of Shamans, and in it, I had found an item, and I thought the Village of Shamans looked beautiful. I thought it was like one of the coolest places in the DLC, And it was so cool to me that I even started like doing a little like role play walking. You know, I walked through the entire village because there's no enemy encounters, right? And I thought it was really cool, and I found like this like piece of like golden cord or something. And if you don't know, the village of shamans is like this ruined village, but it's covered in like beautiful grass and like flora, right? Oh yeah, I'm making mistakes here. Making mistakes here. Spellcaster first. And so I cannot believe that shit wasn't a backstab. Anyway. Okay, time to turn this incredibly annoying shit off. um, and so I show up to the village of shamans, and I walk through it, and I get to the end, and there's like a statue or something, I forget exactly, but I get to the end of it, and I end up piecing together the story in my head, and I couldn't believe it. I thought it was such a beautiful setting. I thought it was such a cool story to be unfolding, and it made so much sense. So this is the story of the village of shamans. You know, this is how I pieced it together, and you know, hopefully you guys get it. That this is where Mikola landed, right? Because you're chasing Mikola throughout Elden Ring, and this is where he landed. And, you know, he was able to see, you know, the ruins that something beautiful can be built from on top of them, right? Just as these flowers can bloom out of this, like, ruined, decrepit village of shamans. And that's why it's hidden out of nowhere. This is, like, where Mikola showed up, and then he starts divesting himself of all these different things to make the sacrifices, to make the world he needs to make, you know, to, you know, make a world worth living in, a world that's, like, that needs to be saved, a good world. And to do that, you know, and that he's able to do it. He's able to build on top of this destruction and carnage. And that is, if you come down the ladder, I swear, dude, no fucking shot. Oh, this game's ass, actually. It's actually the worst game ever made. Alright, come on. And so that was, like, my interpretation. Now, if you know anything about the Elden Ring DLC, you're going to know that my interpretation is objectively incorrect. Just completely wrong. Here's a fun little fact about me. I do not read item descriptions. I don't. And I don't give a shit about reading item descriptions. I don't really care. I don't really read boss soul stuff. I don't read item stuff. It just doesn't matter to me, right? Like, I'm much more invested on in the moment things than pausing and trying to put things down and find an objective truth. So I found like an item. I kind of like interpreted what I thought that item might, you know, represent. And then I saw the environment, and I pieced together what I thought was like a compelling story that I really cared about. And then I cared even more about it because I had pieced it together. Well, it turns out that I was wrong. And the way I found out that I was wrong was on Twitter. They had found a translation error that maybe shaman isn't the best word for that village and whatever. So as people were talking about finding that translation error, people were talking about what that village was and what that village represented and what it meant and things like that and what happened there. And it's completely different than what I thought. And then, you know, I read some of the item descriptions, and then I realized that I was very incorrect. And I was just, like, heartbroken. It, like, really ruined part of the game for me. Now, I'd already beaten the game before I bothered engaging with anything on Twitter or on the internet about it. But still, it still kind of like sucks that this was a thing that I thought I'd found and that I'd pieced together on my own. And isn't it cool? And I thought it was really cool. And now actually, it's not cool because I'm wrong. It's actually incorrect. Just like how Noah's interpretation of Sif is incorrect. You could say, oh, it could be whatever you want, but like the game text, there's like a cutscene in the game that he just didn't see that proves that he's wrong, right? You know, for me, there's the very item I briefly glanced at proves that I am wrong in my interpretation, and it got me thinking a lot because it's one of those things that the more information you have in games like Dark Souls or the Souls series, watch it. Sorry, they're hitting me from above. Is it worth having a little bit more HP? Maybe more endurance for sure. I should not be spending. I'll tell you what. Endurance for sure. And we'll get back to this stuff later. And it's kind of just one of those things, right, where it's I didn't really know exactly how to react, and I still don't know exactly how I feel about a lot of this stuff, but it was interesting that this guy made a YouTube video where he got the lore wrong, and on my, you know, he doesn't care, right? He doesn't know, and he doesn't care, and I'm sure plenty of people have written in the comment section that, you know, he got the lore wrong. But on my playthrough that, you know, isn't a YouTube video, that isn't going up or whatever on the internet, I also got the lore wrong. And upon finding that out, like, retroactively, I was less excited, you know? I felt kind of cheated. And it's kind of one of those things, right? That, like, because you can piece some things together in these games, I think the more and more, like, definitive some of those pieces become, let me rephrase this. The less up to interpretation some of these pieces and puzzles become, I feel like the worse the series is for it. And that, to me, is kind of like what I started thinking about, right? And I talked about, I was going to bring up Vadi Vidya. I do think Vadi Vidya is really, really good. And he's certainly a better content creator than I am. And he's amazing, right? And he knows these games. He's really good at them, whatever. I do kind of think he's a net negative. Right? Like, it's one thing to, like, have interpretations and whoa, easy. And I'm not saying, and he doesn't, right? Like, it's nothing that Vadi Vidya does, right? He's very good and very nice and whatever. But the thing is that he basically has the definitive lore. He basically comes up with what definitively happens. It's what people choose to believe as definitive. And if you were to look up why is so-and-so such and such, or why is this there and here, like what's the plot of Elden Ring, or why do these characters do this versus that, I think, like, Vadi Vidya and those and like the gangs of people that create that definitive reasoning, they end up taking away part of these games that I think is very special, that a lot of people don't realize is special. Like, they don't think about it while they're doing it. And that's coming up with your own answers, right? I came up with my own answers and, like, therefore my own story. And in doing that, I, like, really liked it. I really cared and valued that sort of that story, and it meant a lot more to me. I was a lot more, like, engaged, I guess, because I thought I was putting some of these pieces together. In finding out that I had put the pieces together wrong, I mean, it didn't change how the story went, right? But retroactively finding out that I was wrong made me look back on my experience with Elden Ring DLC a lot less fondly than I would have if I had been right. And I think when you have people that make, these YouTube videos that talk about, well, this is definitively this and this is definitively that. And I think less on the YouTuber, I think as the games give more definitive answers about things, it ends up, making the mystery less, you make of it what you make of it, right? Less ambiguous, less open to interpretation, and more there is a right answer. It's definitive, like why Seath has no scales and why he's covered in crystals and like that he's why he's blind and stuff. This stuff's definitive. It becomes a lot less about trying to come up with your own answers and more about trying to come to the right answer. And I think that ultimately has led me to be a lot less interested in the lore. Mainly because, well, why even come up with anything? I can simply watch the Vadi video. And I think a lot of people think that way. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to think that way. But it is, I think, a lot less when playing these games than I used to, because there are definitive answers. And there's a guy whose job it is basically to find and present those answers. Or, to the best of his ability, the most credible theories. And, I think, I've been thinking a lot about that since I watched that, Noah Gervais video while playing the, Elden Ring DLC, right? Like, it's so easy to sit back and, rebuttal me and be like, well, if that's the theory you like, even if it's, super wrong, like, let that theory be yours. But I don't know who we're, like, fooling here. Like, I don't know why we're lying. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes there's just negative stuff, man. And, like, the more answers you have, the less there is, right? I guess the less there is to explore, to find out. The map is always the same, but the more that gets filled in the map, the less there is in the unknown. And I think one of the cooler parts about these games is that you can make and tell your own sort of stories. Let me get 800. Yeah. And I think as the games start having more definitive item descriptions and more definitive answers to certain questions, do I have a homeward bone? Shit, fuck, man. Do I not have a homeward bone? That sucks. Alright, I was going to kill the Firekeeper. I'm not going to do that anymore. Alright, time to go back down to Blighttown. We gotta go do Beta Chaos, man. It's time. Yeah. And to me, it saddens me a little bit, right? It's like time always marches on, but it's also like, well, each new Vadi video is going to tell you more and more. There's going to be less and less stuff opened up to interpretation. And again, this isn't an attack on him, right? I love Vadi Video. Subscribe to him. Watch his videos. He's great. But it is like that concept, right? He is like the definitive Dark Souls lore guy, so that's kind of why I'm saying his name a whole bunch. And he does say it's just a theory, it's just a that. But if he gets 2 million views on his theory video and like everybody likes it, then it is a theory, the same way that like gravity is theoretical or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it could be proven wrong. Excuse you, come here. Why did he run backwards? Why is this game running like ass, man? Why are they freaking out? Holy, watch it. Watch it, young man. I don't want to get poisoned. Well, I don't want to get toxic. I'm going to get poisoned for sure. There's no way around that. Yeah. Hopefully what I've been rambling about makes sense, right? Noah Gervais got the Sith lore wrong, and that reminded me about how I got the DLC lore wrong. And then it kind of made me sad that, like, you can get your theories and interpretations wrong. And it feels like there's more... They offer more definitive answers about stuff nowadays than they did before. You know, with more detailed item descriptions and things like that. Yeah, so when I came down here and killed Quailag, I could have chosen to get the Daughter of Chaos bonfire. But if I did that, I would have had to run all the way back up. And I think going down is way easier than going back up this section of Blighttown. We sadly are not going to be seeing all of Blighttown. We are only seeing this small elevator section, the bottom half. And I'm not going to the Great Tree or whatever it's called. I don't remember. Another area I looked for and couldn't find on my first playthrough. What are we on? 3.5 hours? Okay. Well, this is the longest section now. What I have to do is I have to kill Ceaseless Discharge. That's pretty quick. And then I have to kill Beta Chaos. Now that, you know. Well, that could take any number of time. That's entirely up to her. Beta Chaos is a weird boss, right? Because I think it's the worst boss ever. I think it is the only thing that ruins this game for me. You heard me complain about Ornstein and Smo, but I fucking loathe the Beta Chaos. If there was a mod, and there might be, but if there was a mod that took her out of the game, I would download it and consider it a better game for it. However, I am also a little bit torn because I think that's not entirely true. If I never played the game and had to deal with the Beta Chaos, I think it would be a worse game, right? I think Dark Souls needs some real bullshit in it. Just some real fucking bullshit. And Beta Chaos is nothing if not bullshit. Alright, I have to go this way. We gotta go back into the cocoon. Into the cocoon. Or spider egg, spider nest. Hello. Alrighty. I believe I need 30 humanity. Let's see if I did it. Do I have 30? That is 13. That's 30, right? All right. Offer humanity. Yeah, so this is why I am playing on this version, is you can offer, you can one, pop 30 humanity at once, and two, you can, you can give her 30 humanity at once. Huh, interesting. Okay. Hmm. Let's see, what is there to talk about? I did that. I did that. Okay. More text messages. uh... Alright, off in the distance you can see ceaseless discharge. I think this is one of the coolest parts about Dark Souls. Now, I could be very wrong. I don't remember, but I definitely don't think you can see the bosses in Elden Ring before you enter their boss zone. Dark Souls is pretty cool because you can see the Moonlight Butterfly before the boss fight. We're going to be able to see the Centipede Demon. He's right there. I'm pointing at the screen. You can see him on the right, hanging on the wall. We saw Ceaseless Discharge over there to the left. You can see Gwyn before you get down into the kiln. You can see the Iron Golem from up above. And, you know, I always think that stuff's really cool. I like that. It makes it feel like, you know, they're there. They're in the world, right? You can see the Stray Demon at the start of the game stomping around underneath where the Asylum Demon fights you, right? I think that stuff's pretty cool. That's like something that I think, if it isn't in the games, because I simply just don't remember in Elden Ring, if you can see bosses before you fight them, then like they should probably add that. If they make another game like this. I mean, they're bound to, right? This shit makes them too much money. They are simply bound to make these types of games forever. No shot. No, run. Run, 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 run. Oh, I'm glad I buffed my health. Holy. Oh, I thought I popped two. I'm not. You know, I don't know. Right? I was thinking about this. I was watching Matthew Matosis's Christmas stream or New Year's stream, Christmas stream, probably. And he had talked about Hideki Kamiya coming back for Okami 2. Now, I'm pretty sure Kamiya has never made a sequel before. Like, to his own game, right? Because he made, right? Hideki Kamiya was game director for Resident Evil 2, Devil May Cry, Beautiful Joe, Okami, Bayonetta, Wonderful 101, Scalebound. So now he's going to have Okami 2 under his, you know, he's working on Okami 2. And Matthew Matos's argument, or what he was saying, was that he's excited. Like, yeah, he, like, you know, he's happy that Okami 2's coming out. But he would be more happy if Kamiya was going to make a new thing. And he was talking a little bit about sequels and that people, and like what people want from sequels. And there was like this old video idea. I have like a zillion video ideas that I never make because I'm lazy and or I'm not smart enough to articulate my thoughts, or like I only get like half a thought and I don't know how to finish it. But an old video idea that I was having was the concept of a sequel and a remake versus like a spiritual successor, right? Like, famously, maybe not anymore, I don't know, but back in the day when nobody shut the fuck up about BioShock, spiritual successor to System Shock, right? Dark Souls, spiritual successor to Demon Souls. It allows them to do things a little bit differently. Excuse me. Ow, fuck. Oh my god, I jammed my knee into the computer. We're getting sick. Oh, wow. Jammed my knee right into the edge of the computer. I also recently shaved. I shaved before I did this. I don't know why. Well, I shaved, and then I thought, you know what? I have 4 hours to kill tonight. I will play Dark Souls and record it. Holy. Watch it. See, he's got jump attack. He's doing work. And then you have this this army of Tauros demons over there. Yeah, we're not touching that, man. You gotta make sure you stay to the left so you don't fall down the hole. That appears right there. There's the hole. And so, where were we? Oh, sequels. Sequels and spiritual successors. I don't hate the idea of sequels. In fact, some of my favorite games are sequels, right? For example, Kingdom Hearts 2, I think is great. Holy, okay, all right, hold up. I'm gonna tank this shit. I'm not tanking that. Don't want to touch that. All right. Okay. So, okay, we get a level. We get a level. Yeah. I could really use more endurance, but I'm happy with my damage right now. You know, I was thinking about how much, you know, I really like Devil May Cry 5. And if Kamiya only ever made Devil May Cry, well, I mean, technically he did. If they only ever had one Devil May Cry, then we would never get 3. We would never get 4. We would never get 5, right? That's obnoxious that it went that way. Bro, are you done? Want to attack me? Alright, I just needed an opening. I'm not touching that thing, dude. Those things suck to fight. But then you also think, well, if Kamiya just only ever made Devil May Cry, you know, 2, 3, 4, and 5, he would never have made Bayonetta. You think about stuff like that, you know, or the Wonderful 101, if you never, you know, or Okami, right? That there's always something, like, new and different out there that isn't just a sequel. And there's no, like, right answer to this. There's not even, like, a, you have to pick one. You know, both are good. But I had thought about this a lot in how I had really planned my life before I went and got a different job that may or may not involve the big expensive cameras to my right. And so there it is, Selling Maggot. And for me, I had put a lot of faith. Arguably, the only reason this channel has any views at all is I put a lot of faith in Blizzard's remaster / remake of Warcraft 3. And I was getting really prepared to becoming a channel that basically made nothing but Warcraft 3 content. I got fucking owned by the tail, bro? Are you kidding me? And then the remaster came out, and it was just so divisive. If not, I won't even call it divisive. It was upsetting to a lot of people. You know, like pretty much the fans were incredibly unhappy. You all probably know the backlash to Warcraft 3 Reforged. And I think the title of my video was Remakes, Remasters, and Reforges, or Remake, Remaster, Reforge, or something. And ultimately, I definitely thought, no, you beat the shit out of this lady. Do not let her cast a spell. She'll light the goddamn ground on fire, and it's not gonna be worth anything, man. It's not worth it. So, you know, it's one of those things that I really thought a lot about, because we're getting a lot of remakes nowadays, right? A lot of remakes, a lot of remasters, right? Of things. Like, I made a video about Final Fantasy X and how much I love it, but that was like a remaster, right? You know, I made another video about a game that came out a couple years ago, but sequel came out this year, and that's Final Fantasy VII remake, right? And when I think about these types of games, it's like, well, would we have been better off with a new one? And I think I'm not going to go too deeply into this comment that exists on one of my fuck this boss. I have no respect for it. That has when I think about the when I think about stuff like this, right? It's like, well, remasters are really good, right? Because they allow people like me who like might not own the console, or you know, haven't played the game originally to play it, right? They play the old game the way it is. Like a game that would be so positive for the world. Unironically. Yeah, I know, you fucking bitch, dude. I hate you. Yep, I'm getting hit. Oh no, we were able to dodge it. If you stick to the roots, the ground doesn't fall behind the roots. Okay. Alright. Alright. Where were we? We're on remakes, right? But at the same time, you know, people have shown, like, Xenoblade Chronicles. I own Xenoblade Chronicles. I looked, it's right there, for the Switch, right? I don't own it for the Wii, and I don't want to own it for the Wii. I don't want to deal with its fucking motion controls or whatever it's got going on. But if you were to think about something maybe like that, they changed aspects of the game. You know, there's like maybe more content, but they also changed the style for it. Sometimes they changed the music, like in Final Fantasy X, they changed the music, and the graphics. And usually they don't give you an option to go back. You know, this is just how it's gonna be. Something like Kingdom Hearts has something called Final Mix, right? If you were to play Kingdom Hearts not on PS2, you will never play the PS2 version. I don't just mean because they they buff and nerf, or as I so eloquently put it, burf things. You fucking bitch. God, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you! I hate you. Oh, I just shouldn't have healed. You should run forward. I should have run forward. That's my fault. Oh, I hate that character. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And it's the worst thing ever put into a video game. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. Where am I? Yeah, so if you were to, you know, Kingdom Hearts, right, they they not only changed certain aspects, right, of the game in terms of like buffing and nerfing certain weapons. Uh, they also do it between like versions, like the PS3 version of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix is different than the PS4. Um, but also, um, sorry, where are we? Where are we? Yes. So they also changed the colors of some of the bosses. Some of the bosses are different. Or Kingdom Hearts 2, they added a new boss that's mandatory. You have to fight Roxas in Kingdom Hearts 2 now, a boss that didn't exist before. So if you wanted to experience Kingdom Hearts 2, or like one of my friends, he hates Roxas. Roxas is a pretty hard fight, to be honest. I personally like it, but I can understand somebody being like, I don't want this shit in my game. You have to then go emulate or go buy a PS2 and buy Kingdom Hearts 2, and that's how you'll play the game originally the way it was without, the extra content in it. If you want to play Kingdom Hearts 1 without they added a bunch of cutscenes that don't have voice acting that feel very weird. If you wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 1, and all of the heartless bosses are black instead of like their weird stupid colors because they get colored to look like clowns. um, you have to play Kingdom Hearts on the PS2, the original one. You can't play it any other way. I think those types of limitations or restrictions can be pretty frustrating. Whoa, I didn't even hear that one. Uh, can be like pretty frustrating when you're like, oh, let me play this game, but now it's different. It's the same, but it's different. And remakes are also kind of weird in that sense, right? Because it's the same game, kind of. It's trying to capture the same essence of the game. But it's different. Some people will never go back and play the original Final Fantasy VII. I personally think that it's a skill to be able to enjoy old media. And I don't mean as a whole, right? I mean individually. Like, I cannot watch old movies. I find them insufferable, and I definitely cannot read old books. I find them even worse, right? Like, I hate them. But I can and do really like old video games. I think it's a skill to be able to play them. Okay. All right, we did it. God, I can't believe it. We're so... Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care. And I think that it is like a... I think it is like a skill to be able to enjoy those old games. And what I mean by that is like just because I can like play these old games, or I have the taste for it. Maybe skill is the wrong word. But just because I have like the taste that I can play older games or something, that doesn't necessarily mean that that everybody can. And so not everybody's going to go back and play the original Final Fantasy VII. And I think it's got a really great story and does a lot of really cool things. So like, yeah, sure, totally. Make Final Fantasy 7 the game you want it to be, right? Or sorry, I had to read words and then I had to say words. Ignore that sentence because that doesn't make any fucking sense. Final Fantasy 7 kind of had to, it's you can make the remake for it because it's an old game and people aren't always going to be willing to go back and play the old game. All right, time to go do something heinous. Close your eyes. Don't look. Don't look. Got to go kill a bunch of women. I mean, I just do, brother. I just do. It's got to be done. I'm sorry. But your ass is done. I need this. This is important. Yeah, goodbye, bud. But it's also kind of similar to sequels. Sometimes some games just aren't there. Like, imagine Warcraft, and all it ever was is Warcraft 1. You can rebuttal and say, well, they ended up making StarCraft. That's true. That's true. It's pretty true. The thing is, right, is that, I guess that's what I meant, right? By saying there's no right answer. There's no take sequels but leave behind all new ideas. But it is the trade-off, right? Like, every time you get a sequel, you are losing a new idea. But also, every time you get a new idea, you lose out on a sequel. It's kind of how I always felt. Hold on, let me show you. Like, it's definitely how I felt about Tears of the Kingdom coming out. Like, I begrudgingly like Breath of the Wild and then also Tears of the Kingdom. Did I not go under his legs? Oh my goodness. And then, so I begrudgingly like them, but my favorite, games are Legend of Zelda. Like, my favorite game is The Wind Waker. I really like Majora's Mask. I like Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, right? And I really like A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds. Oh, and Link's Awakening, right? Breath of the Wild, I like just fine. And Tears of the Kingdom, I like slightly more. But ultimately, as I said earlier, I don't love open world games. And so I don't love... I was so sad with how successful Breath of the Wild was because it's not what I wanted, right? I'm willing to tolerate that idea and be like, yeah, sure. Wow, that's lucky. Like that's how it is. Where am I going? Firelink. We got to go do the catacombs, and then we got to go do Tomb of the Giants. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I know where I'm going. Almost done, folks. Almost done. We have 4 bosses left. Pinwheel, Nito, 4 Kings, Gwyn. Yeah, so we're almost done. There's no shot. I did this in... I'd have to look at my playtime. I also went the wrong way, but that's fine. We'll get back. We're back on track. We are running through these guys. Catacombs could take a long time. I'm running out of shit to say. I'm getting tired and hungry, and I got emails to respond to. Damn, dude. That's crazy. And so, what do we got? What am I? No. It's, like, interesting to think about. To be like, for every sequel, we are robbed of a new idea. But also, I would argue... I can't use it. I'm in combat. Yeah. But also, with every new idea, you're robbed of a sequel, right? So, when Breath of the Wild did as well as it did, I knew it was going to get a sequel. And I'm very happy that they have announced, who knows how true it's going to be, that they aren't going to make a 3rd sequel. They're going to leave it at Tears of the Kingdom. And again, I like the story of Tears of the Kingdom and stuff, but I do miss the older gameplay, or I would like to see something that isn't Breath of the Wild, right? Maybe try something a little bit different. And I think, it's always one of the scarier things. When something does really well and is really successful, there's a good chance they're just going to do more of it, right? Which isn't always a bad thing, to be fair. That's brutal. I think I'm getting hit from behind. No? Okay. All right. Now we see Patches over there. We're gonna have to say goodbye to Patches because he can't be trusted. Oh. Get my stamina back. That's incredibly brutal. Alright, normally I do not fight these guys. But they're kinda owning me. And we gotta go this way. It is not worth it. I mean, it's what you were about to do, bud. Some nice humanity you got there. Yeah, I don't know, right? If you wanted to stick to just Dark Souls, you very realistically can go, oh, like without, you know, Demon Souls led to Dark Souls, which led to Bloodborne, which gets you to Elden Ring, right? You ignore Dark Souls 2 and 3. This is wrong. This is wrong. I know this is wrong. And I think that's fair. Though I do think you miss out on a lot of stuff when you do that too, because there's you know, there's a lot of history, right? We stand on the shoulders of giants and whatnot. You know, like they need to make those games. Who's to say Bloodborne would be as good as Bloodborne was without Dark Souls 2? Who's to say Elden Ring would be as good as it was without Dark Souls 2? You know. Who's to say? Anyway, so that's Pinwheel. A very common complaint about Pinwheel is he's not particularly easy to reach. He doesn't give a good enough a reward for fighting him early, and if you fight him later, he is a giant pushover. So he doesn't seem to be particularly well balanced. And I guess kind of going back to my point, it seems like these lessons would later be learned, but the lessons that do get learned are less, you know, making these ideas but stronger, but instead going, we don't know what to do, so we're just going to make the games more linear. It felt like the Souls games became a lot linear, right? I'm not crazy in thinking that. At least I don't think I'm crazy in thinking that. I'm not going to be able to level up. I could if I pop one of these things. Right? Yeah. Ooh, what do I want? Alright, I'll do a solid 450 a hit. Dude, we have to fight the dog skeletons? I fucking hate the dog skeletons. They're so scary. Nah, these things are brutal. These things are very aggressive, right? Yeah, that attack where they kind of fall on you. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, you roll off there. And then you roll over here. Then you roll here. You roll down here. You take this time to equip your humanity. I forgot to use my Firekeeper souls to upgrade so that I heal more. And your Divine Blessing to get rid of the toxic once. God, I hope I don't get toxic. That would suck. It would suck a lot. It would not be good. I forgot about the bone towers, to be honest. Alright. And now here's a whole fucking army of pinwheels. I'm gonna pop a humanity, because I think the Estus flasks are more valuable for the fight. Humanities cost a little too much too soon. Okay, now we got fucking Nito. Alright. Nito is pretty easy, but he has to get to you. He's got the Gravelord Spear, which comes out of the ground, right? That shit's really annoying. We can, if we can dodge it, or if he decides not to do it too much, we can easily beat him. He's not that scary of a fight. You can see his purple outline as he's shambling towards me. Oh, shit. I rolled right into that. Yeah, so Nito's, he would be an incredibly hard and insufferable boss if they made it so that he didn't damage his own guys. I'm still getting hit. Fuck that, dude. Damn, that is hard. Alright, here we go. It's hard to dodge. But you can see he's pretty slow. He beats up his own guys, so even though he summons a bunch of dudes... Well, I don't know. Am I gonna have the stamina for this? Let's find out. And down he goes. Alright, that's Gravelord Nito. Like I said, pretty easy boss, to be honest. So he's got this other gimmick that we, you didn't really see. That like the further you kind of go along, the more guys he spawns. Like these are all skeletons he could have summoned to attack me. But I let him come to me, right? So didn't really happen. I think 800's good enough. Well, let's finish that up. And then 66. I usually beat the game at level 69 or so. We gotta go to Firelink Shrine. And then... Whoops, I don't mean to be stuck. I gotta do two things. I don't need you. And I have to take you off for Covenant of Artorias, the whole reason we have to kill Sif. Okay. I'm so used to looking at like an Elden Ring health and stamina bar, so when I look at this, I'm like, that seems so low. Is it really that low? But yeah. Yeah. Alright, send it back. I usually save 4 kings for last because they are like a big DPS check. And therefore, they're the easiest at the end of the game, right? There's always these kind of weirder moments when I have to like reflect on what I'm exactly doing, you know? Like, one, I definitely think I was wrong. I don't know. We'll look at the saves later. Maybe I can beat the game at 4 hours total, but for some reason I thought it was 3. But I'm looking over at my recording timer, and that shit says it's been 4 hours. Come on, bud. So, we'll look at when you beat the game. No, now you fuck faces drop Titanite chunks. God, I hate you. Could have saved so much time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. That happens, man. I was just not expecting to get hit. And then once I got hit, I started mashing the roll button, man. I guess rookie mistake. I don't know. It'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes, though. You know. I think like if you're really for the record, if you stuck around this long, it'd be crazy. But like, you can really imagine someone being like, "And wow, look at this run back that you're doing." Yeah, man. Sure. I mean, even the Beta Chaos run back isn't hard, right? It's long. It's annoying. But you know, imagine. God, I don't know. Like, why? I guess I wonder why people play these games. Because I guess like the big selling point originally was that it was hard, right? You play them because they're hard, and then like how they're hard is so variable, right? One of the coolest things about these games is that you can modify your difficulty. I genuinely think that's super cool. We gotta hurry up, man. All right, there we go. Get rid of this guy. All right, now I'm just gonna sprint ahead. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna skip everything because I don't feel like fighting all of the ghosts. Excuse me. Pick that up. There we go. All right. Right. And you know, there's plenty of people that will value their way above everyone else's, right? I'm no exception. Yeah, the stamina recharge is probably still going to be better. And I think in that realm of like, I think it's unique to have to run back to the boss. I think that's a unique aspect of these games that I feel like gets lost with the, I feel like more of the unique aspects of these games get lost with each iteration. You're shooting me with the fucking laser. Oh, I thought I rolled at the last second. I did not. All right, time to tank hits. And now my sword's invisible. And now it's not. Now it is. Up. Are you... come on, lad. Did I kill him? Yeah, alright. The explosion went off. I was a little too slow. But we did kill him. That's what matters. Visible, invisible, visible, invisible. Now you see me. Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. Whoop. 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 Are you running away? Come on. Every time, dude. Like I said, DPS check. Just tank it. Tank that shit. It's not worth it. Raw aggression. Rewind the tape to 4 hours ago. Big sword, raw aggression wins you so much. Listen, you're seeing it work here. It's gonna work in every other game. And there it goes. It's the end of the Four Kings. Them and their long legs, dude. The Abyss is so scary because it's like you're... You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like my character can fall any minute. Okay, get me the fuck out of here. Firelink Shrine. Alright, alright. This is the end of the game. And so... We're done. We can... And will... be popping everything. Do I need more stamina? Yeah, probably. I'll take it. What level am I? I actually didn't even look. 70. Oh, okay, okay. Level 70, he says. All right. Framps, hello. Goodbye. Now, I'm pretty sure that's everything. So let's see. I was hampered by... I forgot to get the key to get me to Lower Undeadburg. I forgot the key. And then I also died twice. And then I also had to go farm for Titanite chunks. I had to get 2 Titanite chunks. I had to farm for 1. I'm torn, man. I think killing to the first flame either needed to be a real level or there needed to be no Black Knights here. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, we gotta get the parry game on for a little bit. You guys have been watching me be a little backstabbing Billy the whole game. Now I gotta parry. Well, not this guy. Obviously, we're not gonna parry that guy. That's crazy. Look how big that sword is, man. I remember when my first playthrough of the game, I had turned the grass crest shield into the shield into Artorias' great shield because I needed a big shield to get past the archers of Anne Orlando. And so I used that, and then in the catacombs, I fought the Black Knight and got his axe. And so when I fought Gwyn, I fought him with the Black Knight axe, and then the Sif's Great Shield. And I gotta tell you, fighting Gwyn without being able to parry him fucking sucks. Oh, it's horrible. Can we see Gwyn here? Yeah, you can see him. See him right there. Yeah. Good for Gwyn. I feel like you couldn't see him in the other version of the game. I felt like they hit him out of view. But I don't know. Alright. It's been over a year. Well over a year, actually. Can we do it? Can we walk up to Gwyn and just parry the... Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Because if he grabs me, I'm fucking cooked. I'm eating this next attack. Alright. 2 deaths. What do we want to do? You know, the first time I ever beat this game, I knew that hitting the bonfire was going to be the end, right? And so I remember telling my roommates, hey, well, let me just go check real quick what's out here. And then this happens. I guess the last real rambling thing I was thinking about was the concept of sequels. And I think Resident Evil does it the best, right? With the idea of any ending you want is canon. Because you can be really annoying, right? And there was a guy that was in one of my classes in college who was very annoying and said that this isn't the canon ending. And then you can also be equally annoying and saying both endings are canon because they both lead to Dark Souls 2 or whatever. But if you only ever play Dark Souls 1, then like that's the ending, right? You know what I mean? Like that's how the game ends. And I think that that's pretty valid. I think sequels tend to rob the originals of some value with that because there's always something afterwards. And at least for me, it feels like, well, if I'm not playing the game the canon way, right, then you feel like, or I feel like, I'm not playing it the way the developers intended or what they pick up on afterwards, right? Dark Souls, standing alone with no sequels after it or whatever, both endings are valid, right? Because they both are. They're both in the game. You pick whatever ending you want to have. But then it's like one of those things like, yeah, but the flame does get relit, right? Inevitably. And I think with that mentality, it makes those choices meaningless. So you kind of have to like play each game as if, you know, it doesn't matter or whatever. Let me rephrase that. As if the fact that they have sequels don't matter, you know, not worry about the canon ending and play the game how you want to play it, right? And then like your experience is like your experience, which is why some things like, you know, official or canon endings or you know, this is what canonically happened, I think always kind of bothered me because it feels like it kind of robs you of your own experience. And I think like looking up stuff is like always totally, you know, play the games however you want to play it. But I always kind of felt like people who look things up so they don't miss anything kind of miss a certain point of like why there's optional content or like why there's stuff that is missable. And it's like, you know, you can create your own experience, but if you go through like a guide on how to build your character, you know, this is how all these side quests are, this is this character, you do this here, you do that there. And listen, I use guides in RPGs all the time, particularly old-ass RPGs, which are very hard to navigate. But I do think you lose something in, you know, we didn't do any real optional quests. We didn't go to the Painted World. We didn't fight Gwendolyn. We didn't fight any of the Hydras. We didn't do the DLC. I think, you know, so there's plenty of content to miss out on. But that's like an incentive to replay the game. And I definitely think if you got to the very end and were like, all right, what did I miss? I'm going to go back and do it all. That's totally fine. But I think that kind of robs you of a unique playthrough. It's like I'm a fear of missing something out. But like, I don't know. To me, that's just not how I operate. That's not how I play games. And I think maybe some people get a little stressed out, I think, about that. Like, they see something and they have to complete it. I mean, games are so much fucking numbers and charts now, right? They're just checklists. And when you see something that's not, you know, a progress bar that's not maxed out, it's like, oh, well, I didn't finish the game. I gotta do this, or I didn't beat it. I didn't win, essentially. And for me personally, I think that's bad, right? I think having stuff like that is less exciting, not less exciting, but it kind of ruins the experience because then you're not like getting as immersed as you could be, because instead you're like, oh, this is a checklist, right? Who do I have to talk to like get this quest line done and then do this into that? Oh, okay. You know, that's just how I feel. I think it kind of, things become a little less interesting or a little less exciting once you know what's going to happen or you're going to be following them along anyway. Whatever. This is just a ramble video where I just kind of went off about stuff related to Dark Souls. We'll see how long it took me to beat the game with 2 deaths and grinding and fucking forgetting the Capper Demon Key. It took me 4 hours and 6 minutes. Huh, interesting. I wonder what they count and don't count. Did I really watch like 23 minutes worth of cutscenes and loading times? I don't know if I believe that. That's what this says. This says 4 hours and 29 minutes. So, anyway, if you want like actual written thought having talking of Dark Souls, I have my own Dark Souls review on this channel that was made when this version of the game released. I beat it in 1 day, obviously, as you see that I could. And then I whatevered, made a review of it on the spot because I fucking love Dark Souls. I think it's great, and I love the FromSoft games. I think they're pretty fun. Anyway, thanks for watching. You know, damn, dude, look at this. 3 hours. So I can beat the game in 3 hours. I was right. God, why did it take me 4? That's crazy, man. Oh, well, I don't grind the game anymore. Alright, GG's.